continual population growth, they cannot be employed to gauge accurately the demographic trend that was actually taking place, especially with respect to the growth rate. Okay, so here we are looking at the fact that the first population count took place, people were counted. The following one came, people were counted. So there was some kind of continuing growth in the population that was observed at the time. Then it continued to say that the census at the time did not cover the entire areas. Please look at this one. Okay, so it is believed that because the census did not cover the entire areas of Ghana, it is believed that the actual population or the trend of the growth of the population was not able to be covered or known at the time. So maybe in your objective, when they asked you why was it that the actual demographic trend around 20th century or before 20th century were not probably gauged or known, then we say that it is simply because the census did not cover the entire areas of Ghana at the time, right? Or at the time they called it Gold Coast, would not cover that one. Then let's see. The 1921 census was the only one that covered the entire areas of modern Ghana. Look at this sentence, right? Look at this one. In 18 somewhere done in later part of or before 1921, a lot of census were done, but the one that covered the entire areas of Ghana was the one that took place in 1921. Okay, so let's continue and see what is there. So in 1921 census, it is believed that it covered the entire areas of Ghana as a result of the attachment of mandatory territories from the old German Togoland under the British trusteeship. So what it means was that before 1921, there were some divisions that took place. The Germans were in Africa, the Portuguese were in Africa, the France and other people. So what happened was that before 1921, there were some kind of divisions that the British went into agreement with the German and then that of the French. So by then, some territories have come to, what do you call it, under the control of Ghana. And so they were able to pick it and then count those areas. But before then, it was not wholly because some were belonging to the France, some were under the German rule. That's why they are saying that in the 1921, they were able to count all because most of those attachments had come from that of the British and then other imperial leadership, and so they were able to count all of them. Okay. Then it continued to say that since independence, Ghana has witnessed a rapid improvement in census. Okay, so there has been some growth and development that took place during the census. And it is believed that the 1960 census was a classic example of such improvement in data collection, method, objective, scope, and production of adequate and reliable demographic information. So it is believed that there has been some kind of improvement taking place in the population, other the number of counting, the method that they so in 1961, one was a classic example of best improvement. And then it continued to say that the second census of the Republic was also carried out in March 1970. And since then, two more censuses were conducted, and they are around 1984 and 2000. Okay, so the result of these censuses and virtually were all demographic samples that were surveyed and conducted in the country. And they try to explain the trend and the demographic characteristics of the population that were collected in Ghana. Then it continued to say that Ghana's population of just 2 million in 1921 increased to 6.7 million in 1960 and 8.6 million in 1970. Okay, so here they are just trying to tell us some basic trend how population increased from the beginning of the census to, or maybe till 1970. So let's see. They started by saying that when it was counted in 1921, this period, okay, this is the one that it's believed have started officially, but some literature says others took place. But this is the official one that they started from. So around 1921, the total population of Ghana was a little bit over 2 million, right? Then it increased to 6.7 million in 1960. And then from 1960, it increased to 8.6 million in 1970. So you come to 8.6 million in 1970 here, right? And then the simple analysis that we can talk about this is that more than triple, okay, of the population has occurred. And look at it, 2 million within a space of let's say 30 years, it has moved to 8.6, meaning it has even doubled more than 3 times.
Yes, sir. Please, we cannot see the screen.
Wow. Please, are you all facing the same problem?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, 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 sir.
Amazing. Okay. Please, is it back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's back.
Yes, please, back.
Sorry. Very, very sorry, please. I have to put this thing there so that I will see it at all time. Where is it? Sorry, please. So basically, I was trying to say that we are looking at population of Ghana and the size and the changes that has taken place over the years. And so I started by saying that the official, the first official population census took place around 1921 here, okay? And the people of Ghana at the time were slightly over 2 million, okay? Later on, you look at the actual number. So around this time, it is believed that after 10 years period, it increased to around 6.7 million in 1960. And then in 1970, because we are counting it in 10 years period, in around 1970, the population increased to.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, please, did you say the first population was taken in 2021? I heard 2021.
Sorry.
You said the first population census was taken in 2021. I think
I'm confused. If I'm saying that, then probably forgive me. But this is what
yeah,
I'm
you said,
talking about. Then
you said
sorry,
official
I'm saying that's 1921. Sorry.
1921.
Sorry.
I thought about 2001.
I'm not even getting what you are trying to say. Well, are you
And you
saying that
said
I'm
the
the one
first.
saying it, or you are contributing to it?
No. You said the first official population census was taken 2021. That's what he said. So I was asking, if is that not wrong?
Then please, sorry. Please look at the what I've sent. I've highlighted here. I think then that will be a clip of that. Sorry, this is the official one. So I'm saying that in 1921, it is the date for official census, or the first official census that took place in Ghana. And at the time, the population of Ghana was just a little over 2 million. Please look at where I've highlighted it. They say that Ghana's population of just 2 million in 1921. Okay, so that is the official one. But I believe that some took place, but they were not official. So probably we can't count that one as part of it. And it believed that it increased to 6.7 and then also to 8.6 in 1960 and 1970 respectively. And the only trend that we can draw from it is that the population had tripled, okay, within a short period of time, and that's about 50 years or so. Then it continues that although data for the early part of 20th centuries are not reliable, as I think we talk about this one, they are not reliable, okay, or indicative of rapid growth in the entire country's population. So the reported average annual growth was around 1.6. Look at this one too, 1.6 in 1931 to 1948, and it increased to 4.1. Okay, this is 4.1% between 1948 to 1960. And this suggests that there's some kind of acute under-numeration of population of Ghana, especially the one that took place in 1948. So when you look at the growth rates, they are not matching, or the annual growth rate, they are not matching, meaning that there was some kind of undercounting that took place at the time. That's why they are saying that those were not reliable. There were some kind of data that were missing. Okay. Then it continues that the average annual growth rate of 2.8% also took place around 1921 and 1960. And this is the period. And it's increased to, or reduced to, 2.7% between 1931 and 1960, and also confirmed some kind of undercount that took place in 1948. So these are some expert view on how population data, or the growth rate at the time, were being undercounted or underscored. So for instance, we have experts who are in charge of population statistics. So when you give them data, you go to the field and collect data, they can, based on that one, come out with some suggestions and some interpretations and meaning. And they believe that those that took place were not all that reliable as compared to later ones that came. And so they were trying to give some statistics and some kind of average growth rate that were not matching at the time. Now, this is the I think the actual values for the various population counts, or we call the censuses that took place. So this one is the year one, the one here. This is the year one. And then this is population in thousand. This one here, population in thousand. And so you start from the official, the first one first. So the first one is 1921. The population at the time was around 2.2 million, okay, or approximately 2.3 million. Then through 1931, 1948, 1960, 1970, 1984, and then last but two was 2001. Okay. Here we are witnessing 2001 simply because this is the data from 2000 population and housing census, and we are not using 2020, 2010, 2021 here. Maybe later on, if there are other data that has been collected from 2000, 2010, and then 2021, then we use it to maybe explain things. But for now, we have up to 2000. So from 1921 to that of 2000. And these are the population at the time. So let's see. From 1921, which was approximately 2.3 million, to 2000, which was around 18.9 million. So these are the little inferences or the highlights of the entire population size that we can talk about. Okay, please, is there any question under this? Maybe a brief one. Okay, then we can move on. So then we come to we call it increase, percentage change, and then annual growth rate. So this table tries to show population size and then the change that took place within the period. And so we are talking about 1921 to 2000 period. Okay. So when you look at this one, this is intercessor period, meaning the period in which the population to the census took place, right? And then increase in population, and this is in thousands. And then you have percentage change, whether it was increase or decrease. And from all the previous population, it indicates some increase in population, and the increase are in thousands. Please remember, okay, that's what they've written here in thousands. So the change is always in thousands. And then the same thing, we have percentage growth rate or a decrease rate. But here it is a rate of growth because it has increased. None of these figures is something negative. They are all positive. So you are going to get increase here. Okay, that's why we're also not having decrease here, but rather we are having increased growth rate. And so the growth rate, you look at change and then you multiply by 100%. And that's why in percentage here. Okay, good. So let me take the first one for the example. From 1921 to 1931, it is believed that over 866,000 people were added to the population. Okay, so when they took the first one in 1921, and then later they took 1931, which is in the period of 10 years, it's revealed that over 860,000 people had been added to the population, meaning population has increased by that, right? And so when you do the change in that you are going to get almost like increased rate of 193, and then when you check that of growth rate, that was about 3.2%. Good. Then between and I'm taking the last one, between 1984 to 2000, for example, too, it's believed that over 6 million or so population had been added to it. And then that one too, when you look at it, the percentage increase was over 54%. And I'm sorry, was about 2.7 growth rate. And then the increase percentage was about 54%. And so these are the various characteristics or some trend or the changes that took place. But of course, you can talk about all the rest here. In fact, the first one at the top are in thousands, like 80, and then this is 866, this is 955. They are in thousands, the rest are in millions. Okay, good. So we move on to the next one, which also talk about the regional statistics, likewise. Okay, so this one too, they are taking it from last 4 censuses. So 1960, 1970, 84, and then 2000. And so this one too, when they counted for the year 1970, the entire population of Ghana was all regions, okay, was around 6 million, let's say 6.7 million people. Then in 1970, it moved to 8.6 million approximately. And then in 1984, it went to 12.2 million. Then in 2000, we had about 18.9 million population. And the various ones are, at the time, we had 10 regions. And so these are the various regional breakdown. So we have Western region, Central region, Greater Accra, Water till we come to Upper West. Okay, good. I think this one you have to take your time and go through. Okay, right. And then we come to regional share, okay, of the population. So here we are taking the whole population to be 100%. what is the total percentage rate of Western region? Okay, so at the time, it is believed that it was around 9.3% of the entire population. And then in 1970, it was 9.0. And then 1981, 9.2. And then when you come to 2000, it was 10.2, right? Then it continues. When you come to the last one, which is the Upper West, around 1960, it was around 4.3. And then it came down to 3.7 in 1970, and then it increased a little bit to 3.6 in 1984, and then in 2000 it came back to 3.0. I think we don't have reasons accounting for this, but personally, I think each and everyone can find a way of explaining this one. Can I ask you a question on that? Why do you think that in Upper West, population trend decreases from 1960 to 2000? You should be able to justify it.
Hello,
Can
sir.
somebody help us? Maybe just one reason for that.
Hello, sir.
I think migration could be a major
Yes,
factor.
the lady on the floor.
Yes, the guy wanted to surpass me by saying migration. Are you in my mind? Sir, so as you just mentioned, it was purely through migration. And around that time, to counting back to the peace status that at that particular place, they used to have these
Okay.
tribal wars and all those things. So people decided to migrate from those places to find where they can have their peace. So all these
Okay.
things dominate into the factors affecting that population over that area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful. The rest, I think we can keep it because of time. All right. Thank you very much. So we can also look at, then we come to the 2010 one, which is the last part one. The last one conducted was 2021 one, right? And I think most of you took part. When I get to that session, or maybe they are not in, if they are in, then we get there, I'll explain some portion and I'll also let you talk, because that one is the most important of all and the most reliable and accurate data ever collected in Ghana. It appears every 10 years. The one that you collect are good of the previous and existing one, because they change the methodology. They change the,
Hello, sir. Hello.
yeah.
Please, is there a reason to why it is done every 10 years?
Okay. Please, can somebody explain that one to us? Why is it that population census is collected in every 10 years?
Hello, sir.
Hello. Is there
Hello, sir.
anyone there to explain to us, especially those who took place in 2021 population housing census? Yes, the one who wants to speak, please talk. Oh, I think somebody wanted to talk, right? Yes.
Say, hello. I think every 10 years it is assumed that another generation might emerge, and if they should stick back to the one that they used to use, they might not be able to allocate resources well.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Any other?
All right. Yes, let me also say this. In my candid opinion, I think that our country is part of the global, world. And when you should follow the trend, you realize that majority of the countries across the world conduct theirs within that 10 years period. And so I think that maybe it is a standard or an international standard. I don't know. That is my opinion. So we are following the international standard.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Can I also,
Okay. Last one, then we close on this.
can I also talk?
Hello.
I think a lady wanted to talk. Yes, please go ahead.
Or it's expensive. I think it's expensive because paying the personnel to go around to collect the data and all that, the resources involved, it requires a huge sum of money. And then I think the second one, they need this census to plan for the development, as in roads, schools, and other stuff. So they need to give it time so they can use the current population to work for development. I think these are the reasons.
Very, very, very good. I think that's it. The one who asked the question, is it okay now? Basically, what the four shared is true.
I'm not convinced.
Really. Let me summarize what
Yes.
they told you. Then the one that maybe is lacking, you add it. Basically, worldwide they have international bodies or experts who explain how population should be managed. A typical example, I think we have UN, and then we have other international organizations or developed countries. They also have internal kind of bodies that come out with how population should be conducted. But the basic rationale is that if it is collected within 10 years period, normally in the Europe and other developed countries, they plan their development alongside with the number of years that they have. So for an example, they used to have some are 50 years, some are 20 years and others. But it is believed, some population theories believe that mostly within 5 to about 15 years, population change likely to occur. And so international organizations and other bodies place census around 10 years period so that it will allow for either a decrease or increase in population change. And so that's the first thing. Two, they want to do so alongside with their development plan or agenda, maybe 10 years or 20 years or 15 years interval, so that they will look at how population has changed in line with. And so I'm told that even our population, when we are doing population and housing census, the data is not only meant for us. It's even more important to international partners because of resource allocation and distribution. Other one to United Nations for other recommendation to government. And then it's also meant for some, I think, resource development, as our brother said, so that we know where population has increased, where it is decreasing, reason accounting for that. What are the, if it's about resource allocation, then they try to share it alongside with that because population are likely to change within the 10 years period. Basically, that's what
Hello, sir.
So your mic is off.
hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. I don't know whether I could be muted from some. I'm surprised. Well, thank you. So I was trying to say that, but did you hear the reasons that I gave or the summary that they are from our international
Yes, that one we heard.
partners? And
Yes,
yes,
we heard it.
and I was asking you if there's other reason. The lady who said she's not convinced, or maybe I can go through literature, or if you have any other explanation for that, you can also tell us. Or I can defer it, go and look at
So
more
I'm okay.
literature
I'm okay
data, and
now.
then come and give it to you. But this is what
I'm
is
okay
in book.
now. You can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we come to the shared population of 2010 population and housing census. So here too, this is how it looks like. So we have all regional bases, which is 100% here, just as we did for the other one. I'll go through quickly and fast. So Western region 10.6, that's the shared percentage of the entire population of Ghana. Okay, so here you take the total population of Western region. This is 2.4 million or so. So you take that one, you divide by the total population, and the total population is 24 million. Then you multiply by 100%, and you are going to get approximately 9.6% of it. Okay. In terms of urban proportion of Western region, it's 42.4%. And then in terms of sex ratio, that's male to female, and this is it. And then which one again? Percentage increase or over the period, percentage increase over the period of 2000, and then this is it. That's 23.5%, and then growth rate for that region is 2.0. Please look at this one. I think I've not spoken to this. This is very important. Every region has a different growth rate. Some they can be equal, okay, or be same as others, but not all of them. So in Western region, for example, the growth rate at the time of 2010 population housing census was 2.0. When you come to that of Upper West region, for example, they were having, or the region was having 1.9%. Okay. Now let's go through and see which one was the highest growth rate. When you say growth rate, the rate at which population is being added to the already existing one, right? And when you calculate this, this is how it was for all the regions. And so I think the highest one is Central region and Greater Accra region, right? And they are having 3.1 growth rates. Okay. And that's later we can talk about population and housing census for 2010 one. Then we move to nationality. In terms of nationality, we are talking about who and who are in Ghana, which people are in Ghana, which country are they from, or you say nationality, where are they coming from into Ghana? So they say that the bulk of Ghana's population continue to be indigenous African origin, meaning most of them are from Africa here, right? And it says that proportion of Africans among Ghanaian population has never fallen below 99%. So the entire population is almost like 100%, right? And then it says that although the 1960 census one reviewed that 12.3% of the total population of Ghana were foreigners. So that's around this period. And I think you can also give justification for this one. Why there were a lot of foreigners in 1960 there in Ghana at the time. I hope you can do so. Because we're just exiting from the colonial rule. So we can give so many reasons for this. Good. And then they say that apart from that, 96% of them hail from neighboring countries or nearby African countries, right? Good. Then it continues that the enforcement of immigration rules, for an example, in 1969, they call that rule aliens compliance law, reduced the foreign component of the population by almost half. In fact, some of these things, I don't know whether it was, I don't know the nature, how it took, but what it means or what I know was that there were some kind of immigration rule that came into being and people must comply with at the time. It's just like today, every country has enforced immigration rules at the borders. So you cannot just enter anyhow and then go. But remember here, around 1969 there, Ghana was not all that organized like today, or not all that having laws and other things in conformity with international rules. So there were here and there a lot of people who are coming in, going out. So this law came into being and it restricted a lot of foreigners from coming into Ghana, right? And that's why they say that it reduced the foreign intake to almost half of it. And so it says that from half of it, that's to about 6.6% in 1970. And then the proportion further declined to 3.9% in 2000. So in 2000, population and housing census. So you see that because of enforcement of immigration rules and border and other things, this thing has reduced. Foreign intake or composition of Ghana's population is low. So they say that in absolute terms, there were almost 3/4 of the millions. So here they talk about 740,000 plus non-Ghanaians residing in Ghana in the year 2000 there. Okay, and only 133 were non-Africans, right? And their percentage is over 0.7% of the entire population in Ghana in 2000 there. Then it continues that non-African segment of the foreign population increased from 0.9%. So here too, we are trying to give increase or the dimension of increase of foreigners in Ghana. So around 1921, for example, they were 0.9%, and it increased to 1.6% in 1948. And then in 1960, it was 2.3%. Then it's also came to 0.02% in 1970, and again went to 0.7% in 2000. And they are saying that this one was due to maybe, that's why I say probably, economic depression around 1970 and 1980. Okay. And then also political and economic transformation during the 1991. So please look at this one. I'm going to ask you a question on this. It is believed that around 1980, there were some serious famine that came into Ghana or economic depressions. It is believed that about is it more than a year or so, there were no rain at all. So if you have heard 1980s, was it 1980 also?
1983. It was 1983.
So that's around 1980 there, right? So we are looking at the effects of why the population increased. And basically, we don't limit it to the short one. So from 1980 to about 1970, sorry, from 1970 to 1980, then 1980 downwards, or coming to maybe around 1990 there, we said that the population reduces because 83 there was some kind of economic depression, but we are making it in terms of period, okay, so that it can have other impacts. Good. And at the time too, it was also believed that the political atmosphere at the time too wasn't all that good. And a lot of people, I think that's where some coup and other things took place from 1960, 1970, 1980 there. Okay, until we came to 1990. And we are told the 1990, the constitution that we are using now, we call it 1992 Republican Constitution. So until that one came into being, the political atmosphere, the economic kind of thing were not that good. So after the 1991, then there was some kind of political and economic transformation that came into being again from there till today. And so today the system is far better. Politically, we are stable. Economically, we are a bit okay as compared to other countries. And I know, please don't bring arguments here. I know somebody may say it's not that good, but when you compare to other countries, Ghana is far better. In fact, I can compare to our sisters and brothers in Nigeria. Our country is far, far, far better. I think 1,000 naira is equivalent to, is it 7 cedis or what called 8? Yes, 1,000 naira is around like 10 cedis, between 8 cedis to 10 cedis. So if you're having like 100,000 naira, it's something small in Ghana cedis. Even look at our money. However, when you compare to the pound, I think 1 pound is almost like 15 cedis or so. Then when you compare to that of Nigeria, then it's worse. So if you compare that of British pound or that of the dollar to that of Nigerian naira, that's worst of all. Recently, I was in Nigeria and I wanted to change some money. It wasn't easy. Something small, you have to carry, assuming you are buying something like maybe 100 Ghana cedis, you have to carry huge sums of money along with you, meaning the value of the money has declined. And so that's going to affect a lot of economic activities and then transformation agenda of the country. So economically, we are doing a little okay. And we are hoping that our generation will add something better to increase it or make it better. So let's have positive minds and then move. Then the next one, we talk about naturalization. So naturalized Ghanaians constitute nearly 4% of the total population in 2000. And it continues that the proportion of population of Ghanaian origin increased from 87% in 1960 to about 93.4% in 1970. And then it continued to 96.4% in 1984 and started to decline to 92.2% in 2000 there. So these are some little characteristics that we can talk about. Ghanaian origin, those who were residing in Ghana, who are part, we call them indigenous Ghanaians. Okay, these are some of the population statistics that we can learn from. And then it is also believed that the Ghanaian population is made up of largely ethnic groups. Okay, and we are going to mention those ethnic groups. The major ones are the Akans, Gan Adangwe people, the Guans, the Ewes, Goma people, Muli Dagbon people, Grusi, and Mande Busaga people. Okay, so these are the major ethnic composition of Ghanaian population that we can mention. In fact, you say these are the major ones. We have so many of them, but these are the major ones that we can talk about. Okay. Then we can also talk about nationality of Ghanaian, the 2010 population and housing census statistics. And so these can go through them. So Ghanaian by birth, we have 93.7%. We already said that it decreases here to this one. Okay, so we are looking at from here, from 87.7% to about 92.2% in 2000. And then in 2010, from this number or this percentage, which is 92.2%, it has increased to it has increased to 93.7% here. And this is the total number out of the population. So you calculate 93.7% of that, you are going to get 23.1 million population. Then those with dual nationality, when you say dual nationality, people who are maybe a Ghanaian and they are also Togolese. They can be Ghanaian and then they are Ivorians, okay, or any other foreign national. For them to say they are about 2.9%, okay. And then we have Ghanaian by naturalization, and then other countries, they all come in until you come to that of Oceanic or Oceanian population. And that one, we have 0.0. Here, they approximate it to 0.0. That's one decimal, right? Oh, my decimal has been covered. Okay, 0.0. But it could be 0.000 if you have to go to maybe 3, 4, 5 or so. If you see 0.001 or 2, so there we have about 446 people who are from oceanic countries in Ghana here. Okay. Then we come to the age structure. So age structure, we are talking about how many people from maybe age 5 to 10 or 0 to 10 or 15 to 40 thereabout. Okay. How many of them are composed in our population? So here they say that age is one of the most important items to be considered in collecting data, especially here we call it a survey or census survey. And this is because, look at the reason why we are attaching importance to the age. This is because it is the basic demographic characteristics of individuals and highly correlated with most of population phenomena such as fertility, mortality, migration, and socioeconomic characteristics. Let me explain it to you here. If you take the age, there are a lot of people who are fertile based on the age characteristics. So in Ghana, for example, those who are less than 20 years are more fertile than those who are above 60 years. I hope you agree with me. So we can look at the age and look at how fertile the population is. And if you have many people who are around or less than, let's say, 20 years, then it tells you that population is going to increase because they are going to be birth more. Because you have a lot of fertility there. And the age will also depend, or mortality can also influence by age. For instance, people who are mortality means those who are dying, okay, or maybe 1 or 2 reasons they cannot survive. So they have to die for our mortality in general. So here it can also attribute to the age bracket. When you take our population of Ghana, for example, people who are 60 years and above are more mortal as compared to those who are less than 20 years. Okay, unless maybe you bring it to the infants. So we have the infant mortality there, those maybe less than 1 year or so. They too, I think the population is high, but mostly those who we think they are dying more are those who are 60 years and above. Okay, if you are somebody is around 80 years, 90 years, 70 and above, they are dying more as compared to maybe those who are less than, let's say, 20 years of age in our population. Then in terms of migration, it may also depend on the age. Okay, in Ghana here, those who want to migrate or move from one place to another for other reason, any other reason of their choice, mostly depend on the age groupings. So for an example, Ghanaians who are traveling more are those less than 40 years. They are traveling more than any other. Those who are above 60 years, they are traveling. If you are 60 years, you consider yourself as old because those of us traveling are mostly for economic reasons, right? So they want to go and migrate, stay there. Others are for marriage, others are for maybe inner pasture, anything that will favor them. Okay, because Ghana, they consider the economic situation to be not all that good. So they base on that and they migrate. So the age may also affect the migration. Normally, those who are around, let's say you have completed university, after this university degree, you have a first degree, you are not working at all. And you are not part of because all of you are working. I'm talking about those who are we call them unemployed people. Okay, they don't have maybe work at all to do, right? And those people are having first degree. In fact, if you go to most of the embassies for visa, you must give a cogent reason for you to be giving the visa. Else they will not give it to you. The reason is that they know when you go, you will not return. So they will not give. Because they see that those who are migrating are people aged between 20 to about 40 years. They are migrating more because most of them have completed school. They don't have work to do. Most of them maybe they hold first degree, they don't have anything. So they just want to migrate and leave Ghana. But those who are, let's say somebody is 70 years, 80 years, and the person is going to visit the US, why do you say you know? Because they know when you go, you can't stay. You definitely return. Okay. Yes. Then another one is socioeconomic characteristics. At times, the socioeconomic dynamics and the trend of the country may also influence a certain age people to also maybe migrate. Here we are talking about one economic situation can also affect it. And whether your conditions are okay for you to stay or to move. So when you go to Nigeria right now, a lot of people are migrating. In fact, I had a Nigerian friend when I was in UK, when we were having our MSc program, a degree. And when I told her that I'll be coming to Ghana in 2024, then he said, will you come back again? I said, no, I will not come back. He said, are you correct? I said, why? He said, your country is good. That's where you are going. If it were in Nigeria, you would never dream of returning. So the economic characteristics there appear to be worse. And the lady brought huge sums of money, but because of depreciation, you have to change it to pounds quickly. Else, you will not even be able to get the money for the fees payments and other things. So it's a big deal, honestly. It's a big deal when it comes to socioeconomic characteristics. That also influence people as well. And it's been influenced by the age bracket of the people. If you are young, those things like those who are less than 15 years, migration and this kind of thing will not come into mind. But when you get around 20, 25, and you see the reality of economic situation, then other things have to come. You have to think fast as normal, rational animal. Okay, you must think faster and then save yourself. And so that's at times some of them. Now we come to the how the age affects the structure of our population. So they say that Ghana's population bears a useful structure with broad base consisting of large number of children and conical top of a small number of elderly people. I don't know, you should have a conical shape. Unfortunately, we don't have. You should have gotten one to show you. It's just like the top is small. Only small people are above 60 years. The chunk of the people are at the base, so the base is bigger. Okay, it's just like a conical shape uh, kind of thing. Yeah, so that a lot of people or younger people or youthful population are the base, and that's how come always Ghana needs something like employment. It must come in the form of either creating more factories or establishing more factories, ensuring development, rules, and that kind of thing, so that people can get a lot of work to do. Because there are so many people who are not working. A lot of people are idle. They are not doing anything in the population. And most of them are youth. And when you juxtapose that one to our political, what do you call it, development, then you, if you are not careful, you say that it becomes a threat development, because most of them can become criminals, they can overthrow government, they can do so many things because they are not doing anything. But if they are working and they know the essence of, maybe they've invested huge sums of money, they have children and they are doing things, business and cook, you never think of causing trouble at all. So that's how come at times say that our population need more employment and it will help. And another one says that the proportion age less than 15 is still more than 40%. Okay, I'm talking about this one here. It's still more than 40%. So you have people who are less than 15 years and they constitute almost like, let's say, 40% of it. It tells you that the population is a young population. With near future, you are going to get a huge increase in population because all of them are going to give birth, right? Good. They say that although it has declined in recent years, for example, falling from 45.0% in 1984 to 41.3% in 2000 population. Then it continues that about a third of the population aged between 25 and 59 years, for example, also increased from 30.6% in 1970 to about 33.1% in 2000. So still here you are doing in terms of 2001. I think we don't have 2021 population here. If you have that one, the situation is quite different. In fact, those who took part, I was hey, what day did they give it to me? That oh, I've forgotten the name. A district field officer, yes. So I was in charge of it, and Ghana's population is decreasing at a decreasing rate. Okay, the population is decreasing, but the rate of decreasing is slow. So it's not all that much felt. When we get to the other one, I will explain it to you if we get it there. But if you are not there, have it in mind that the 2021 population and housing census data indicate that population of Ghana is decreasing at a decreasing rate. The implication is that a lot of people are not giving birth. In fact, per the data, many are not marrying now. They even want to do contract marriage, stay with you for some time and leave you and go. Like what the Europeans are doing and they are not married. Maybe they will stay with you for 2 to maybe 5 years or a number of years, then they leave and then they go their way. And some, in fact, those that I interviewed, for example, in some urban areas, it told us that nowadays boys are not having character. Ladies also say the men also say that the women are not having character. So once they get maybe a one baby or a child, they are okay to live with. And so today, many people, in fact, the educated population are not marrying. I don't know why. Simply because other, I don't know whether it's because of economic situation or because of civilization, increase in civilization, or no one knows why it is so. But there can be so many reasons we can account to that. Which I don't want to ask you because you can talk alone. Yes. Do you want to talk?
It's okay. I had wanted to say one of the the factors accounting for that, but yeah,
Okay,
you let's carry on.
in the talk.
Yes, one major factor accounting for this is I think the 3 years EHS is helping. You see, when more girls are enrolled in school, you reduce their chances of giving birth, and I think this is a major
Yes.
contributing factor.
Okay. That's very nice.
So,
That's very good.
so, so I also
Now that
think
we reduce the
because of introduction of birth control methods now, most
Okay.
women know how to, like, if they don't want to give birth, they are there but they are not giving birth. I think that is also
So
a factor too.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. Now that people are talking, let me give opportunity to two more people to add. So we have two reasons. We need additional two. Then we close that one.
Sir, please, can I come in?
Yes, please.
So I also think it might result from the galamsey and all those things. You see, health-wise, as we are all speaking against it, it poses a serious threat on our fertility system. You see, women
Okay.
are simply adjusted to environmental factors in terms of fertility. So if the
Okay.
environment is not conducive for your health to adjust to it in your fertile system, it affects it. By so
Okay.
means, realize you are there, you are not on birth control measures, you are not doing anything, but simply because of your diet and sometimes the water you take in, it affects your system and it can put a threat to your fertility issues. So I think that
Okay.
one too is a factor.
That factor. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
So,
Okay.
so
Yes, last person.
yes, I think economic hardship also plays a major role in this character, in a sense that,
Okay.
in Ghana here, most of the youth are even struggling to find jobs to do. And for me, you are not having any kind of better job, anything that is fetching you some amount of money that you may like you want. You may feel relaxed to even involve yourself in sexual related activity, which may, at the end of the day, bring forth a child. So, because of the economic hardship, people are feeling relaxed to give birth.
Sure. Sure. That's true. So thank you all for sharing your thoughts and good insights for all of us.
Yes,
So
I had wanted to ask the one question. Can you
okay.
combine the economic and migration together? Because of economic hardship, people migrate. That point you made, I didn't get it well. Separating migration and then economic, socioeconomic.
Oh, okay. I was saying that look at the I hope you see that slide. We are talking about how age structure affects the population. But there are other things that the age can influence it. For an example, a certain age group people like migrating a lot. Okay. Again, we can combine the age, migration, and socioeconomic development, which it works perfectly. For an example, somebody who is not working in Ghana, that person is socioeconomic dimension or trend is not that good. Let's say you have completed a university, okay. As I earlier on indicated, you have a degree, but you don't have any work to do. So always you are at home. Parents are expecting something from you. Police are expecting something. You yourself too, you're expecting something. So you are around, let's say around 30 years. Let me use highest one. Let's say 30 years of age. And there's opportunity for you to migrate to maybe other countries and places Ghanaian like going are US, Canada, and UK because of the language barrier. Okay, so if there's opportunity for them to migrate, looking at the age, what do you call composition alone can let the person travel. But somebody who is around 85 years, for example, if the person is not having anything better to do, the person will not migrate because the age will not support him or her to migrate. So there's some kind of correlation between age, migration, and socioeconomic trend. That's what I was trying to say. But basically, here we are looking at how the age can affect each of these, but not the three or adding more to it. Uh-huh. I hope it's okay. So the one that you are talking about, we can combine age, we can combine migration, and then we combine socioeconomic. Hey, let me combine them and see. So this, oh, it's not working. So age, migration, and socioeconomic trend can affect. The three of them can correlate at times. The one who asked the question, is it okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
Thank you. So this is the structure of Ghana's age sex structure of our population. Unfortunately, they should have a diagram. I don't know whether I can go online and quickly show it to you. Guys, hold on for me and let me check if I can show you the age structure of Ghana. Let's all do it together. Oh, and this one is gone. Let me share. Please, do you see my background? Where I'm going to do on the is it Mozilla? On the Mozilla Firefox. Do you see it?
No, sir.
No, please.
Okay, let me stop sharing this one and share that one because you must see it. Okay. Do you see it now?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Now we
Okay. Yes, this is how it is. I want to look for the bigger one. Just some seconds, please. Okay, I hope you can see this one.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, so this is what we are talking about. We have the base here to be big, the down one, okay? So when you look at it, they say this is population. So as you move from here, there's 0 to 4, 5 to 9 years, 10 to 14 years. So the age, the lower one is down here. And as you go top, then it increases. So at the top, you have 85 years and above and co. So in Ghana's population, this is how it looks like, right? We have a base, it's a conical in shape with big base or broad base and then slim at the top or conical at the top like this, telling you that as the population increases to 60 years and above, then the population decreases at that end. But when you come to the base, we have many people who are less than 30 years, 20 years, let's say 15 years, who are the chunk of the population, right? That's basically how I want you to understand. So have this one in mind. Surprised that it's not part of the load, but it's supposed to be there. So have this one in mind.
Okay, so Doc, do we have a country whose population pyramid is a direct opposite of Ghana's own? Looking at how the base is very broad and the top is narrow. Do we have a country whose population has a very uh, a very broad base at the top and then the down being narrow?
That's going to be very difficult. I've not checked, but what I know, correction, please, I'm Mister. I'm not near anywhere, doctor. I beg you. Okay, I'm
Hello,
ordinary.
sir.
What do you call it? Young guy teaching at the college. I beg you. I've not reached that
Hello,
level.
hello,
Thank
sir.
you. Yes.
Yes. Please, I don't know. I think Japan has that kind of structure.
Japan population.
Japan. Yes. Yes, Japan. Japan. They have much of old age and less of people between the ages of 18 and 0 and 18. I think Japan has that.
Okay, hold on for me. Let's all check. How do
Okay.
we get this? Because what I know is we can get slim one upwards or same size, okay, or even distribution where the population, that one we say that those who are dying and those who are born are equal. Typical example is probably what you are talking about, and then that of Canada, and then I think some of the Schengen countries. because for them, I think they even need. In fact, when you hear that there's some kind of migration being allowed in other countries, it means they need more people to come and work. And recently, Canada was having such population or such a trend. But let's go there and then check. Can we all check that one once I go through this? Because I must finish this one and I'm almost like 1/3. We can check, please. Let's all check where we can get. But the absolute opposite is very difficult to get. Where we have only small people being giving birth, and the majority of them are dying currently. Little bit difficult. But let's all check online and look at. So type population pyramid. You get it. It's supposed to be there. And you see the trend, whether we can get. Okay, so please, this is the age structure of Ghana's population. Maybe when I finish the exam, you will go and then look at all the countries. Check Canada, check this country, Finland. Because Finland too, there's some kind of opportunity there. Those of you who want to travel, I'm told they kind of open up with first, they call them, the name they give it to it. They call it innovative people. People who are more innovative, they are attracted to come to those countries. So they've given opportunity for that. But you must have a visa to go to that country. And the whole population, I'm told they are less than 5 million or so. So they need more people. So they have introduced this program that they do. So when you come and you finish the school, then they will retain you. And because of that, the trend is there. They have increased the retirement age to about 70 years or so because you are not getting workforce people there. People who can work and get them more, what do you call it, development. So they've increased their age. And the last time the guy was complaining. So if you are 70 years and you are not going on pension, what are you coming to do? You are going to die straight away. So they need more people there. So you can look at that, Finland, and then Germany too. Recently, they also opened up the same way. They need people to come and work there, Germany. And nowadays, the way people are going to Germany, Netherlands, they call it Schengen. So you'll be there, you hear that the Schengen countries, there's a visa, there's this. When you go there, a lot of people are going. In fact, they are going, and they know why they are going there. Recently, it was in Canada and UK. The place is choked now. So they are UK, US, and co. They've restricted it. So they are looking at other places that you can migrate. Okay, and they are there. So those areas too, you can check the population pyramid of those countries and see. Okay, so this is it. Ghana population, we have 0 to 15 years, and they are about 41% of the people. It's not, it tells you that this is a very useful population, very, very, very strong and big, broad base. Okay, and then those who are 15 years, those who are 15 years to 64 years, okay, they are about also 53%. And then we have those who are 65 years and above, who are 3.5% of it. Okay, so this constitutes the 100% of our total population. And this one to start from 1960. So when you look at 1960 there, and then 1970, 1984, and then and then 2001. This is how it looks like. But there's a certain trend that you have to look at. When you look at the age 0 to 15 years, around 1960, they were 44.5%. Then 1970, they were 46.9%. Then in 1980, it declined to 45.0%. So you should be able to account for why people were not giving birth at the time, or the population decreased from 46.9% to 45% here. Then it continued to decline to 41%. Currently, I'm told we are less than 41 or so. That's 20. Those of you who are having the data, you can check the 2021 population housing census and see the age brackets. Those who are 0 to 45 years, you see that people are not giving birth, and then check the fertility rate to see that it's declining. But the decline is very slow, small. What time it will be very low. Okay, you see that people are not marrying, people are not giving birth. Not necessarily marrying, they are not giving birth. Some can marry and they will not give birth. Okay, so the childbearing, it doesn't even depend whether you marry or not. So people will not give birth at all, and based on the reasons that some of you have already advocated for. Good. And so we move on to age, localities of residence. So this one too, basically we have the urban and then the rural areas. And so these are the shared one. I think you can also go through this one quickly. Then we come to the aging one. So with this one, I think we talk about almost all of them there. So can they go through this one quickly? Saying that the aging process is slow, okay, and proportion is 60 years and older, as well as those age 65 years and older has been rising from 4.9% and 3.2% in 1960 to 7.2% and 5.2 in 2000 respectively. So these are just the same as this one that we talk about. Okay, where is the age? This one. When you look at this one, we can talk about it here. The figures help you to explain it better than the descriptive. So when you look at this one, you are looking at those who are 65 years and above, right? And those people, most of them are on retirement, or you are weak and you have to stay home, take care of your health, eat good food, and that kind of thing. You are very, very fragile people. And so we are saying that around 1960, they were 3.3%. 1970, it increased to 3.7%. And then 1980, it increased to 4.0%. And then in 2000, it increased to 5.3. So there's some kind of increasing in that. The same applies to the female, the male proportion, and then the female proportion. Nothing is changing. It's all increasing at the same one, meaning that many people are getting older. So in 1960, for example, the age population there at the time were 3.2, for instance. Then it increased to 3.6, increased to 4.0, then increased to 5.3. So they are increasing in that order. Maybe because of increasing general population, right? So these descriptions are basically on that one, which you can do. Okay, the same applies to this one too. You can also look at it. The first composition is influenced largely by the ratio of births, right? That's ratio of male birth to female birth, and the difference in the sexes, in the death rate, and also differences in net migration. We are still back to this one. Okay, we are still back to what I've earlier on explained. So the age will also depend on the fertility, the mortality, and then migration. But here, when you say net migration, we are talking about differences between those who are coming into the country and those who are exiting the country, right? So you can, some come and then they will go back, some will come and then they will stay. So you can look at that one too, can influence it slightly. So they are saying that this results in males outnumbering females at a younger age, whilst the females are usually in maturity at the older age because of higher males' death rates at all ages. There were some times that I asked people about this. When I think I was teaching something in geography, environmental health and something. And I was asking them, why is it that the men will die early and the women, they don't die more often? And they gave very funny justification. Funny justification coming from some of the students I was teaching. But unfortunately, ours, they have written something for us. But this is not all. I think when I ask you, you can justify why it is so. And why is it that? So this one, for example, at the younger age, for example, the mortality rate for that of males is normally not all that high as compared to that of the females. But when we are getting to the older age, it appears it affects males more than that. That's why they are saying that because of higher males' death rates at all ages. So in most of the ages, it appears that the men will die early. Okay, we die more as compared to that of the females. So when you check the population and housing census for 2021, for instance, they have about 600,000 people, 600,000 females more than males. Okay, so that's why they are saying that the females are more than the males. And so I think one of the ready that then the men should marry two so that it will compensate for the extra. Something that the women also don't like, but it depends on the culture and the religion where you are coming. For Ghana, it's basically based on the two when you are going to marry. And people base most of the thing on religion and then the cultural practices that you have and determine that one. Is there anything that somebody want to add to this? Let me tell you, one of the funny justifications they gave was that the females don't work more, or they don't work under stress conditions. Some also said that I think one guy also used justification from females conceiving more sperms because sperms are more nutritious and healthy, so the women stay more, and then the females don't, and the males always release sperms, and so they reduce in weight, and then the strength loss and co. Very very funny. In fact, I didn't even check whether it's true or not. These are some of the funny justifications they give. Sorry, anyway, that's just by the way. And I don't know how to do the man you also share the same view. I just need one point or one view. You share the same view with them because of harsh
Hello,
conditions
sir.
that the stress.
Hello, sir.
Then
Hello, sir.
yes.
Hello,
Hello.
sir. Hello.
What I have
Guy,
is
okay.
hello. Hello.
Yes, go ahead. When you finish, then the lady will talk and we close
What
on there.
what I have is, as they said, the men we at times work very hard, and
Yes,
that one
under
is one
harsh
of the factors.
conditions and stressful conditions.
I agree. And then the
Okay.
second one, I will add this. The second one factor, I will add this. Let's take my community for instance.
Don't mention the name of the community.
You could see a man of 40 years to marry a lady of 15 years or 20 years. So let's take the years interval. Look at the years interval. My community, I've seen a man who is even 60 years and he got married a lady of 20 years. So look at the age, imagine. So there is no way. So I'm not, yes, I'm not God, but there is no way that if it is not accident and we are taking it in a proper means that on natural death, a lady with 20 years and a man with 60 years, who one will survive?
Okay.
Is
This one
female.
is more scientific and more general. I was rather looking at the funny one.
Okay.
Oh.
Hello, sir. Can I come in?
That's fine. That's fine. At
Yeah,
times we
now
need.
can I come in, sir?
Yes, one person and we are done. The lady who wanted to talk,
Yeah,
you alone. I think that's okay.
Yeah, I am the
Just
one
want
doing
to
that.
look
I
at
am
the
the
funny
one, sir.
aspect and then maybe we just laugh more.
You were saying, okay, you were saying somebody said an opinion that for the women, we receive the semen from men, and that semen is very nutritious and all those things. It is very
Yes,
true.
and it makes the
You know
women
there is
more
a belief
healthy, stronger,
yes,
and you look nice.
there is a belief. There is a belief that if a woman marries well, if you have a husband who is all the time at home, a husband who gives you the attention, it nourishes you, the woman. In fact, it gives you a different glow. It even shows in your skin tone, your facial expression, the way you behave, your attitude towards other people. So when you have your man around you and all the time, you don't have a problem in terms of sex. You are good to go. You find yourself living stress-free life. And this will help boost your immune system because when you are frustrated, when you are in a bad marriage, you call for stress. It also increases your ability to get hypertension. It gives you so many problems. So when the men are around, in fact, that is why we are saying that we, the women, we should pamper our men so that they will be around us all the time and then they will live long. It will prolong their system too. So if you have a man who is caring, who is around you all the time and giving you good sex and all those things, please find a means of pampering that man so that he will also live a stress-free life and then his age will also prolong. That is what we are proceeding for.
That's very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So women, just to pamper us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's keep the rest. When we have more time, we will discuss. This is a population and everybody has their own belief and that kind of thing. But one thing I'll add, peace of mind is one of the most important and stress-free life. It increases your age. Always feel happy. In fact, try and be happy at all times. try as much as possible. Throw away anger, stress, tension, anxiety, and that kind of thing, so that you live very comfortable life. That one is more important. Yes. So that's the letter I'll add. The time is too much. So please go through this one too quickly. Average sex ratio at birth throughout the world is observed to be around 110 to or 106. Let's say 105 to 106. In African community, however, the sex ratio at birth is much lower than those found in the European communities or the white societies. And so the sex ratio at birth among African population is reported to be around 106, and it is not known whether this lower ratio is due to differences in the level of living condition or other environmental factors, for an example. And Ghana has a slight excess of male from mid 1940s to the early 1960s. And this is the consequences of immigration, for instance. And I think we talk about this, that sex can influence people to either live or remain in a country. And so when you continue, I think this one is just an explanation of what you talk about. So can you go through with your slides? I don't know whether I've shared with you, but when I finish, I'll share with you. And then females generally have lower death rates than males at all ages. We talk about this one, and we have given reasons. So I'm leaving this one too, so that and I know when you have all the slides, then you go through. They are basically the thing. Then religious affiliations. Okay, in terms of religious affiliation, it is believed that Ghana here at all sexes. So this is 100%, and we are taking 2010 population and housing, so which is 24.6 or 7 million people. So those without religion, for instance, they are about 5.3%, and this is the actual figure, 1.3 million people. And then those who are Catholic, those who are Protestants, those who are charismatic people, other Christians, Muslim traditionalists, and others. When you consider this figure very well, almost about 70 to 80% of Ghanaians are religious. What it means is that we, one way or the other, are affiliated to one religion or the other. Okay. Unfortunately, all religions abhor bad behaviors and criminal activities. Surprisingly, these things still go on, despite the fact that we are about 80 to 90% religious. So at times you ask yourself, how religious are we? That you are Catholic, you are Muslim, you are Christian, you are this. Then at the end of the day, you cause harm, problem, discomfort, and something that you cause to society or people. You yourself, you know it's not good, then you do. The same thing applies to, for us, we are teaching, we are teachers. Why do you create problem for your teachers? Why do you create discomfort for your teachers? Why do you make teaching environments unconducive for your colleagues? Especially those of us who are in position. Let's say you are head of department, you are a security supervisor, or you are holding a certain position. Please always make it people who are around you comfort and make them happy. After all, we are serving humanity. We always say that we are serving God, but the God that we are serving are being represented by human on this earth. So if you create good, enabling environment for human beings, you have served God. That's how it is. God will not descend. The one who created us or whatever is not part of this creation. So he will not descend down for you to go and then koto the person or beg the person or worship him. You worship human beings. All the things that we are looking for must be towards serving human beings or humanity. That is all. So please, let's have interest in portraying or demonstrating our religious affiliation at the workplace, our everywhere that we find ourselves. Unlike only in the church, then on Sundays you wear, tomorrow for an example, those of us who go to church or wear white kind of thing and go to church, thinking that that's where you worship God. The God is our workplace, is our homes, our environment. You disrespect your guy, disrespect your husband, your wife, your children. Indirectly, you have disobeyed God religiously. So those are the people you should serve them. Okay, so that is it. Next one is fertility, and I've also talked about fertility, so I will leave some of them. So for an example, prior to 1960, policymakers in Ghana did not consider the issue of rapid population growth and high fertility as major problem. For an example, so political leaders were of opinion that country security and international status were related to the size of the population. All these are just describing how fertility influence policy making and decision making. So when you come down here, it says that in 1967, for an example, this one, Ghana became the first sub-Saharan African country to sign World Leaders Declaration on Population. This one is more important. So remember this one. Okay. In the same year, Planned Parenthood Association of Ghana was birthed, and affiliate of International Planned Parenthood Federation was also formed or inaugurated. So what it means is that at the beginning we didn't consider fertility as a serious threat, but as time went on and population was increasing, then there was a need to sign onto international declaration, and we started looking at that of the World Leaders Declaration on Population, and then we also came to PPAG, for instance, and then signed. And those ones are aiming at controlling birth or maintaining healthy population in Ghana. And so this is the population fertility change in Ghana. Okay, around 1988, for an example, 6.4. 6.4. Here, in fact, technically, what it means is we are looking at the number of people women can give birth to. I don't know, some time ago, I was teaching and I came across this one, that fertility relates to only females. So fertility is not related to males. I tell you say that it's males who give birth, but fertility is related to females. If females are saying they are not giving birth, there's no way population is going to increase. In fact, they will not also give birth because men, we don't give birth. So whether child is going to be born, for an example, or whether we are going to maintain healthy population, it will depend mostly on the females. That's why they say that the female is more essential in community because they'll be able to take care of themselves, their children, the household itself, and the larger community and the entire country as a whole. Okay, but if the person is not able to maintain fertility, control childbirth and others, that's going to affect the entire society that we find ourselves. So it is believed that around 1980, for an example, every woman in Ghana was believed to have given birth to 6.4 people, meaning you can give birth to 6 during that time. Then it dropped to 1993, it was 5.2. Then 1998, it was 4.4. Then 2010, 208, now it's 4. So today we can assume that in the general country, if you are sharing the population, then it will be like every person is believed to, or every female is believed to have given birth to 4 people, or those who are going to be born. Okay. Those who are going to, we are going to give birth to, and from now on, if you are female, you are entitled to at least 4 children at a go. But we know that is not general for the specificity. For example, if you take educated communities, they have a different trend. If you take rural communities, they have different trend. If you take urban, different trend. If you take, in fact, they differ. In fact, the same apply to ethnicity. If you take those in northern Ghana, let's say Muslim brothers, if you come to Ashanti's brothers, if you come to Uterian brothers, it changes. Okay, so the dynamics are not the same, but if you take the general into consideration, all the females here, you are entitled to 4 births. Okay, that's what we are saying. Okay, but some will give birth more than 4. Some will also not give birth at all. Some will also give birth to maximum 2. The educated community, as somebody said, because of long period of education, it decreases birth rate. So somebody is around, almost all of us are around 22, let's say 25 to 30 years. But most of us have not married, we've not given birth. If not because of school, you have given birth a long time. Okay, and that actually reduces the birth rate in Ghana. So educated person reduce birth rate, maintain herself and the community and everything. So ladies, thank you for coming and then taking part in this and educating yourself more. Keep up doing. Maybe it's one of the reasons why population is decreasing at a decreasing rate. Okay. Okay. Then characteristics of how population is being distributed. And so this one too, I don't know, please go through quickly. Go through quickly. Mampusi, Dagumba district in Wa and Nora district have a moderately high, what do you call it? 50 population per 50 kilometer squared. What it means is that if you look at population distribution in northern Ghana, they are not evenly distributed. So if you take every 50 population in Mampusi, Dagumba district in Wa and Nora, for instance. You get 50 people over square kilometer of land. Okay, so here we are looking at spatial distribution of population across Ghana. The same apply to Kusasi, Kasina, and Nankani, or Nankini, for instance, area. They also have high population density. That's 200 per square kilometer, for instance. Then it moves down. Okay. Then we go to which one is more important. Okay, let's come to the B. So the first one is the A. That's those in northern Ghana. And then the B, we are talking about areas stretching from Tumugap southwards. Okay, so we are looking from somewhere part of Wa down to maybe Ikitikrachi there, around water there. They say that the area includes Gonja, northern Bonahafo, the whole of Bonahafo. You remember at the time you were looking at 10 regions. Okay, so here today we can talk about Bono East, Bono West, and then Ahafo, for instance, and then Afram Plains, basically at the middle belt of Ghana. There they say that generally the population is 9 people per square kilometer. So how they are sparsely distributed around. Then the C, we talk about forest areas. Okay, and they say those regions are generally densely populated, right? And it's about 200 square kilometers. Notable exceptions are Sefi, and Wassa and Win, for instance. They have low population density. And then when we come to the D is about the coastal areas. Okay, they also have some high population density, about 1,000 square per 1,000 square kilometer, for instance. And as a typical examples are around they say Cape 3 Points, and here too we can talk about so many. In fact, along the coastal areas, we can mention so many towns, as we know. Then explanation for the distribution, why some places are having high population, some places are having low population. And if you take reason for the concentration of population in the northwestern and northeastern corner of the country. So here we are talking about the northern Ghana, okay, the northeast, and then that of the northwest. Why is it that population density there, or population is concentrated there? And the reasons are here. They were strongly military. What it means is that at the time there were a lot of military people who were probably during the wartime, so they protected them and then they confined themselves in those areas. Another reason is refugees from neighboring weaker tribes came and lived there for a long time. That's why they were having those concentrations. Then areas around Kumuka, for instance, too, the place they say that large proportion of middle belt is covered by tough lateritic soil, which are not cultivable. What it means is that those areas are scarcely populated because there are not enough productive soil to cultivate land for food production to feed the people there. And so the land is subject to regular floods and becomes marshy and difficult to work after rain. And so what's happening is that surface water usually evaporates by the sun or solar radiation during the dry season, leaving the soil more dried. And so it doesn't support reliable cultivation of crops. And therefore, people may not stay in Tumugap. So these are some of the reasons. I think you can take your time and then read through it. Then another one, Tumugap, the reason also continue. Another reason is that the area is full of dangerous animals and harmful flies. Please, who stays in Tumugap? Who is in Tumugap now? Or learning virtually from Tumugap now? Is it true that we have dangerous animals? I wanted to know those dangerous animals. But here they say harmful flies. We wanted to know examples of them. Then they say the area too suffer from slave evasion by the Ashantis and the Gumba and notorious slave raiders such as the Somori and then the Babatu. So people were not staying there because of the raiding of trade and warriors. So these are some of the reasons people are not staying there. But this our book. You wanted those who are there to give us vivid information or first-hand information. For those who have visited the area, if it is you have been there and or you stayed there for some time and you know genesis of this, you can also tell us. Okay. Then the next one, high populated areas in forest belts. the area did not suffer from slave raiders significantly. Honestly, in exams, I don't think this is a reasonable. Or what do you people think? In geography, for an example, if you are stating a reason, if you are saying you are better, A is better than B, you don't say B doesn't have this. You say what it is. It has. Okay. I don't know why even it is the first point. You only say this when you are in difficulty. You don't have any point to write. So the area did not suffer from slave readers, but because in your exam, the book major, we accept it and move on. But ideally, you shouldn't say they do not. Say what it is. That one is more important. So, for an example, the area were military strong and retain high population. Yeah, this is a good point. The reason why there are a lot of population was that there were a lot of military who are in the olden days when we are having isolated wars and here and there. People needed to confine themselves to place of convenience, especially in terms of protection and peace. And so places where they were having a lot of military or a lot of protection, that's where most of the population, especially the older and then the younger, they confine. And at the time, to men were the most people needed at the time. So in the olden days, if you give birth and you don't give birth to men, you are in trouble. And they will not consider you as even what you call it, a man, especially if you are a man. Surprisingly, you are not the one producing it, the females. So concentration should have been motivation of females, finding a way of giving for them to give birth to maybe more males. But rather they were looking at the man. And at the time, if a man give birth to maybe 10 or more, then they say, yes, you are, they will give you a bit guy also. It's very, very still rather opposite. The woman has rather suffered and should have been compensated for that instead of the man. But however, that is the cultural practices they were in. Today, modern women and men will not accept that. I will not even accept. No educated person will do that. Anyway, not everybody, but cultural practices may influence you. Doesn't matter your education. That's fine. So another reason was that commercial activities also attracted the people to the area, and the war fought in the areas were not devastating enough to cause serious reduction in population. Okay, I think this is also nice. And then population migration from the steppe areas also came to seek refuge in those areas. I think basically about the war, economic situation, and co. So this one too, you can talk about. Likewise, it continued to this one. The area too has a mineral deposit. In fact, the entire country, everywhere there's a mineral deposit. Okay, so people want to use it as a basic occupation. And then another one is cash crops that were also grown to encourage the migrant to also stay. Then concentration of population along the coastal areas. This one too dates back to the coastal, the historical aspect. For example, there were a lot of European trade masters and the merchants who were there, and people wanted to be middlemen and middle women, for instance. And people also want to serve, work in those quite what do you call it, quite color jobs. And so people move from most of the interior parts of Ghana and stay along the coastal areas, and then started going into trade with the whites. And some too, they mobilized as middlemen, took gold and ivories and other materials and then go and sell it to them. Some will not come, some also stay there for good. Fishing became important and profitable occupation along the coastal area, and today it's still there. So this is also another important thing. And the growing of coconuts in the Keta, Ada, and Ahanta and Zema areas also encourage population. So this is also primary occupation of the people there. And then commercial farming. And then the trading also encourage people to also move there. I think these are some of the reasons for concentration, many population along. So Accra, Cape Coast, Winneba, Mankasim, you can mention more, Takoradi and Co. You can mention more. Okay. I don't know. So this one to continue. So you can go through this one too quickly. And then migration and future population distribution. I think we talked about this one somewhere, but let's see. It says that mainly migration account for high population increase in some areas of Ghana. Basically, we are saying that some places are high because people have migrated and gone there. Okay, and we can mention them. So many of them. We have rural urban migration. economic activities attracting the people there, and then education, white collar job being there, and so many reasons, okay, accounting for people moving there. So they talk about Akim area, Bono Ahafo area, they talk about Accra, Tema areas, Sechi, or Ring area, for instance. They talk about all these things. Okay. I think I can move on to this one. I have just 10 minutes to connect the slides. Then we come to population size, composition, and distribution. Sorry, we talk about household size, composition, and distribution. Here we are talking about a person or group of people living together in the same household or a compound, and these people share same housekeeping arrangements and catered for same units. Normally, I think this one was taken from population and housing census definition directly. What it means is that when you say a household, basically we are talking about a unit of people or a person or a group of persons. That people should have one common or same house that they stay. Okay, not like the same room, but they can have one common house that they stay. Those people should share a common household or housekeeping arrangement. For example, what are you going to eat today? You should be able to decide by the same household unit. What will you wear to church? What are you wearing to church today? So maybe a husband and a wife, they decide what they are going to wear, what they are going to eat, what they are going to do the following day. That's household arrangement. The food that you eat and how you should keep your money and other things. Some they will involve, if their children are in, they can involve children in the decision making. If you want to buy a car, you decide with the person, anything that you want to do, you take decision. You call it sharing of housekeeping arrangements, okay? But basically it relates to food, cleaning, maintenance, and that kind of thing. And being catered for in one unit. So that arrangement you are making should cater for you. You call that one a household. So know this one. And then a house unit is a single room or a group of rooms arranged for human habitation. I think this one too from the population housing census. So they are defining what is a housing unit, a place where human usually dwells or take care of people. Okay, then living arrangements among societies are largely influenced by socio-cultural factors. Please know this one, very important, that the decision that you take concerning your house arrangement, how you are going to keep yourself, maintain yourself, eat, and do other things, is mostly influenced by socio-cultural factors. So if I'm eating Gary, some are socio-cultural factors. Maybe that's what my parents used to. If I'm taking decision that I'll marry at the age of 50 years, probably it may be influenced by socio-culture, you yourself, your condition. When we were talking about, some said because of maybe economic condition, people don't marry early. They stay, they wait for some time before they will think of maybe getting some job to do, getting some maybe money in pocket or maybe somewhere, or establish first before she or he goes and marry. Okay, so in that case, they are all under social cultural factors. So that one is purely influenced by that. Then it continues that marriage, family, and then that kind of household formation are closely related to the type of social cultural practices of the society. So when somebody is going to marry, for instance, the family that you are going to have, and then the household, the way you form your household, whether you are going to be yourself, your children alone, or you, your husband, your children, or a woman, her husband, children, and then other external families. Maybe their parents may come in, and that form the household. So maybe a man has external family, a woman has her extended families, and then you come to the children. So you can have a household where you have a big family. They call it kinship. They exist. That's why they say that a family system where extended or nuclear depicts the kind of kinship ties. Okay, this is called kinship ties that exist in a particular society. So you can have a broader extended family, all of them coming together, or your nuclear family alone, or you decide which one should be in it. Okay, and then it continues that in the patrilineal system, for instance, inheritance, descendants are traced from the father name, and the household heads are mostly men. So if you are a type where you are from patrilineal system of inheritance, for instance, you are likely to be headed by mostly the men or the husband. Okay, but this one too, there's one thing I'm told recently, a household head. I don't know whether you know who is a household head, the one who mostly influence decision making in the household. What happened is that in most educated communities, they are being headed by the women. Okay, but when you are to trace your descendants, then it will be like you inherit from father lane. But when it comes to a household head, it's supposed to be anyway, it can be a man or a woman in most of the educated communities. But mostly educated communities are being headed by or being the household head is mostly a woman. Because they say that some of my colleagues said that when a woman is in charge, she is able to do a lot of things willingly and freely. But if a man is in charge and you want to control her, there will be kind of restrictions. Okay, so things will not move smoothly as compared to her being the household head. They say that. But when it comes to the tracing of the descendants or the descent, then they say it's being done by the men. Then we have matrilineal system too. So here too, from the women side, okay. But this one too, I don't know. Some are between. They can inherit from patrilineal and matrilineal, which is also possible. Because I know, is it Mr. Ofusukwati, government spokesperson for Ghana, for instance. I think he was one time MP for Asebu also. I don't know whether he's still MP for that area. But previously he was not from this area. I think he was from Water also. So it appears some can inherit from father's side. He can be an MP in both Water and another MP in maybe Central Region, which is still permissible, depending on the kind of linear or kinship ties that they have to their what do you call the society or cultural practices. Okay. Then the next one, I think they are giving examples of where matrilineal system exists. So they say I can't group an example where most often, myself an example, we are Ashanti. So the Ashantis, no matter how it is, you relate to your mother lane, even if your father too is, let's say, Botarian. I know the Botarians relate to father's lane, and then part of northern Ghana to from patrilineal. So maybe your father is from Volta or is a Botarian or ever, and then your mother is Ashanti. It means you can either decide to go to the mother side or go to the father side or both. I don't have much knowledge about this, but I know practically it's there. It works that way. So here they are saying that matrilineal system, which is peculiar to the account group, also allow for couples to live apart and grant economic and legal autonomy to females, which is also possible, which they do a lot. Okay, and then that Adangwe, for an example, a patrilineal group also supports wives living separately from their husbands. So here they are limiting it to in terms of where to stay with yourself when you are married or you are not married. If you are married, you can decide to separate and then stay maybe separately. Or in Ghana Adangwe, for an example, in a patrilineal system of inheritance, they support wives living separately from their husband, which is also possible. And these are based on cultural characteristics or cultural, socio-cultural needs. Okay, yes. And so, in contrast, the Airways patrilineal group, yes, as we talk about, a woman at marriage go to live with the husband. So I don't know whether today is still the case that if you are a Rotarian or you are Ewe, for instance, and you marry, automatically you have to go and stay with your husband. So you cannot stay separately. I think today is not there. Do you have any ever here who can educate us on?
Hello, sir. Yes, you have to go and stay with your husband.
You have to go and stay with your husband.
Oh, okay. So what about dedicated Evers? Is it the same way? So for example, you are working in Accra.
It's the same. Oh.
In the same.
Okay, so assuming I'm
It's
working.
it's not compulsory.
Please hold on for me.
If you are a worker, it's not compulsory.
Okay, so assuming like me, for example, I'm working in Kumar. I'm teaching at the Agubu College of Education at Santiago. Then I marry a Botarian who is also a teacher in Accra College of Education. Does it mean that the person have to stop and then come and find work here and stay with me? Or how practical is that?
Okay, sir, it's not like the person should come and stay with you at where you are, but traditionally, after the marriage, the person is supposed to stay with you for some weeks, and after that, go back to where she is. And due to that, too, you have to find ways and means that your wife will join you at wherever you are. Yes.
Okay. Okay. But I'm trying to look at how practical it will be. For an example, if the person is even working with international organization, because today we are not thinking about in the olden days where almost all economic activities were concentrated, or we are all into farming, so we are at one place. But in a very practical way that, for an example, I'm a student. I'm schooling outside Ghana. So I normally travel and come back. So assuming I get a work in, let's say, UK or Finland or US, and I'm working there, and my wife is working, or I'm now coming to marry, and I marry you, and you don't have visa to stay with me for the next 1 year. How is that possible? Or I'm working with international organization where I travel a lot. Maybe you go and come. Like a colleague at UN.
So due to that, sir, is the wife that is supposed to explain to the family that this is what my husband does. So this is our situation now, and we have been in agreement to stay together. So because of the work or the schooling, I might not stay with my husband, but you, the wife, they will make sure that you have to stay pure for your husband. Because we, the airways, if you marry and you are a woman and you go and sleep with another man, that one, it is going to affect your husband. It is going to affect the husband. That is why they don't want their women to stay outside from the men. If you marry the woman is supposed to stay with you so that those things will not happen. So you, the wife, is the one that is supposed to explain to your husbands that your family that your husband is not in the country, and they are going to advise you, and their eyes is going to be on you 24/7. So that you not going to do anything bad.
Thank you. So the purpose of allowing, or they don't allow them, basically has to do with the fact that they want them to always be responsible. They don't want them to have maybe marital affairs and that kind of thing, right?
Yes, please.
And that is purely based on spiritual aspects. Like if you do so, it will affect the entire family, the husband, and yourself.
Yes, please.
So those who are more religious or they are not subscribing to that one, they can do their own thing. Currently.
It's not about spiritual or whatever. Read the airways. I don't know. Read the airways, especially if you marry. They wish the marriage should be a successful one. You have to support your husband. There are some basic things that you are supposed to do for your partner. So those things they are expecting that they will be hearing that, oh, your daughter is performing well, your daughter is doing that, and not in a way that the husband will be in somewhere, the wife too will be in somewhere. They won't know the outcome of the marriage. Always the parents or the family members want to know the outcome of the marriage, whether it is good or it is bad, so that they will talk to their daughter or their sons. That is why they normally do that. They want the welfare of the marriage.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for sharing the insight. That's great. So that's fine. Thank you. So next one, they say that among the Moli Dagbon, for instance, they are also into patrilineal. I told you in the northern Ghana, they have some patrilineal. The wife lives in her father's in-law house. So what it means is that it's likely that the situation is not the same across, but some variation, even within the ethnic group, from what the sister was saying, you can have some little justification and others. But for that of patrilineal system in Moli Damon, for example, the wife or the wives, for instance, must live in the father-in-law's house, which is also there. Then again, they say that these different cultural systems influence the nature and characteristics of household structure, the size and composition. Okay, so as you were saying, how many people do you want them to form your household? Is it external families, part of it, in-laws, or which people? So these are some of the perspective we want you to know. And if you are going to marry, please let's have this. I think it's time for break. Let's have this one in mind that marriage is based on cultural character. What do you call it? Practices. So I think there's a note here. Where is it? Let me see whether I can see it. Where you mentioned marriage. That marriage. Oh, I don't know where it is. It's a very important thing that marriage, family are most important thing when it comes to cultural characteristics. So for you to have a family, you should think about this, or you have maybe a woman or a man that you are going to, or you want to do. That's why mostly in the olden days they used to have what is called betrothal. Please, can you control the microphone for us, please? Thank you. So in the olden days they used to. Can somebody mute him or her for me? I don't know. I want to mute, but I'm not getting it. Maybe he or she is not aware. So in the olden days, the parents would do all the background checks and that kind of thing. But we are supposed to do it on our own because of modernization and especially migration. You are your parents are my parents are in Asifutu, for an example. I mean Ashanti region. I'm working. It's likely that where you are working is where you're going to get a wife. Okay, so in that case, you can't bring your parents to come and do the work for you, and that kind of background check. So you have to do. In so they call it dating. So you ask where you come from, the cultural practices. So if the two of you are okay, then you go into it. If you think it's not going to help, because last time when I was speaking sandwich, there's one of my colleagues who want to marry a Bulgarian, and he asked the guy said he's from Western region, and he said, nah, it will not help her. But you all talk, the guy didn't agree. And the guy is teaching in the Northern Ghana. He talked, but she also didn't tell us, we were asking why. So maybe some of these might have influenced her decision not to do it. Maybe you want somebody closer or somebody around, which will help her. Maybe. So please, let's be careful about
Sir, with that particular point, sir, please can I come in? With that particular point, Ghanaians, even though we have a cosmopolitan setup in terms of ethnicity, but there are also indigenous beliefs that some tribes usually don't merge with some tribes in terms of marriage.
Okay.
So it could be that the person is a Voltarian. She will simply, or she's a Northerner, she will simply give an excuse that she cannot marry somebody from the Western side. But when you delve deeper into the issue, you realize that ethnicity made it so, or in terms of indigenous ethnical setup, they have this belief that because of the tribal wars and all those things, there are some tribes that will insist. In fact, it is even a taboo. You don't merge, you don't marry a particular tribe. Okay. It has been there all this setup of our ancestors. So, for instance, in my region, Bolo region, it is believed that when you get to a place known as Suma, there are other towns known as Dibebi and all those towns. They don't marry themselves. They don't marry, even though they are within the same geographical area. But ethnicity has made it so that when you are from this particular town, you don't marry from this particular town, simply because in the olden days, our ancestors were not agreeing to that merging. We are not agreeing to that union. So you may have to extend your desires somewhere else, but you don't marry within that same group. So it can even be a reason that those people from the northern side of our country, they also have the same indigenous beliefs that they don't merge with certain tribes in the southern part or the western part. So that could also be a factor. Thank you.
That's great. Much. Thank you. That's great. So I think before you marry, most of us.
Please, I want to add something more to my sister's own.
Okay.
About the ethnicity.
please.
About the
Before you talk, so that
ethnicity.
we close on this. We are closing for break at
I want to talk to
9:15.
her.
So I'll just give you 5
Okay.
minutes. But I'm saying
So
that let's be careful when we are going to who we are dating. Please do background checks. Not like careful, but just do enough talking. Be transparent and open to your partners. Those of us who are now going to marry, so that will help you. Else you date for some time and you get to stuck somewhere. Then if the families are not agreeing, it becomes a problem. Okay, especially when the woman becomes pregnant before going home, it becomes a challenge. So please talk, be open about your cultural settings to your partners, and so that you all agree how it's supposed to be and others. And ladies and gentlemen, let's also learn from our culture. Some they don't want to be married to certain group. So be open, as I've said, and then tell your partner who you are, how your cultural practices are, so that you don't stuck anywhere. It helps a lot because I've seen one of guys who want to marry somebody, and they say the way they perform the marriage right alone, the guy said no, that one day he will not do it. They say they will carry the woman and then they will move her from one place to another. And it became a very big deal. In fact, so now the guy is not married because of that issue. So we expect that please be transparent here. Fortunately, we are grown up and we can easily do that. Thank you. The two who are going to one, maybe the one that when you finish, then we close for break and we come back at 9:25. So the who wanted to speak first? I think the lady. So please
sir,
unmute
Please,
yourself and talk.
okay.
okay. So sir, please about the ethnicity and I think this one is about their past experience. Yes, some ethnic groups, because of their past experience. For instance, I was supposed to marry one Kusasi guy, and we've dated about 7 years. So when the time is due for us to go forward, the family said no, they won't allow us to marry, they won't agree. So the guy have to do a details checkup, and they said one of their daughter got married to a Votarian, passed back. Oh, it is a long distance. Oh. And they said when the girl gave birth and the guy was whatever, and they were on the guy, and at the long last they killed the girl that their daughter gave birth to. So due to that, they won't allow their family member to marry a Votarian. And the guy also said he will marry, and I said, "Share me, I won't enter that marriage. The marriage that the family members are not in agreement, I won't go and I will be suffering." So I didn't marry the guy. I didn't. So that one too, it became a lesson to me. And then if you come, I will tell you, go and ask your family if they like a Votarian.
Okay.
That is what I was doing, and finally God helped me, and I got married to an Ashanti. Yes.
Okay.
So those things is because of their past experience to make people not to accept some tribes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last person and we close for
Okay,
break.
Yeah. So I was just to add to related to what Madam Selena said earlier, related to the traditions. In fact, for us in the Muli Dagbani, we don't have any barrier related to which tribe to marry into. There's no such in the Muli Dagbani group. There's no such barriers amongst us. Anybody, anywhere you want to marry, you can marry into. Our women are free to marry into any tribe. Our men are equally free to marry from any tribe.
What you're saying, me, I don't agree. I don't agree. Say,
That's what. Hold on.
I'm also not in agreement with him.
Thank
Madam,
you.
please can you hold on?
Okay.
Madam, can you hold on?
Okay,
Allow
so
him to finish, please.
Yes,
go ahead.
I'm a Dagomba man. And I know what I'm talking about.
I'll give one of them.
I know what I'm talking about.
Don't mind them.
I'll be willing to do that if they are ready.
Is it done? Say, is it done?
Okay. I think that's fine. Thank you all for sharing your perspectives. And I'm very grateful for making the class more interactive. So we'll break from here and then we come back at 9:25. So behind it, you have your platforms, you can communicate there, but please don't add passion to it. Just emotions and that kind of thing. Let's talk when you are talking on this, be open-minded person, as educated as we are, and we can teach people, okay, and from academic point of view, and that will be fine. Thank you all for coming, and let's meet at 9:25. So you can unmute yourself and unmute yourself, including your audios and your videos, and let's go and come back. Thank you.
Please, Selena, Madam Selena, if you have whoever that has the slides, no, that of the thematic, you please share it with us in our group, the social studies group, no, that of the Sunyane. I don't know if anyone is here.
My dear, it's rather unfortunate. So, as for thematic geography, I don't have it. I went in to do the economics on my own, so I have only the economy. Even that one, it is very bulky. So I don't know if the lecturer will share it with us. I will just go to the press and then see how I will go about it.
Because at this point, if we don't have any materials to read about this course, I don't know how we are doing it.
It is very unfortunate. It is very unfortunate because if we resort to only the slides, I don't think we will get enough information as to what we will do when we are about to write the exam. So I am only kidding. At the end of this class, I don't know if the lecturer is going to share with us the books or the detailed information for us to print it on our own. For now, that is what I think we should do. Those that have shared the books, we each have to get to our individual printing press to print them. Because if I decide to volunteer and print the books, the economics alone, when I went to the press, if they will print that 573 pages for me, it will cost 170 Ghana cedis. And I figured with the guy, then he reduced the cost and it got to about 100 cedis. The book, when I show it to you, my dear, you even refrain from doing this course. It is very bulky, very, very bulky. But I don't know.
But wait,
we all have to do something about it. And
why
if they share the books like the economics survey, he has shared the detailed book. In fact, about 6 books. So
But
if
that's Selena,
any
you
of
mean the
them
economics side?
Yes.
Please, is it for the whole year?
I think it's only for this block. I don't know. I don't know that detailed about it, but it contains so much information. Even yesterday, I was checking on a particular platform.
But Selena, is it the economics?
Yes, it's the economics. And I realized on one of the groups that I have been included, I realized that the guy was sharing notes on the platform. And when I checked the note, it was the one that I had printed. And that one contains about 573 pages, my dear. It's not easy. It's not easy. So, the economics teacher, you
Yes, but we have a course outline, like the lecturer gave us a course outline. Maybe why don't you print this and based on the course outline?
My dear, you are thinking about the course outline, but when we have started, the course that we have started, you realize that the topics that the man is teaching is entailed in the book that he has shared. You realize that he is teaching is entailed in the book that he has shared. So when you print the book, then you get the detailed information about what he is teaching, whatever he is giving, the examples, everything is included in the book that he has shared. The economics, for instance, I realized that those voluminous pages that he said, the 573 pages and all those things, are the books that contain the detailed information that we will need. So that's why I opted to print it. You get me? So you get back to the platforms. Books are there. The books are there. You check. Yes. Yes, someone is calling me. Yes.
I mean, which of the books specifically did he say he participated in writing? Remember,
let me just
he said there's a particular book that he helped write.
Please listen. Yes, he said it is the manual That's for
They
the
included
secondary
me
school
in
people.
I think it's like a casual group. They included me there. It's the casual group. So I realized the guy was sharing the notes, and the notes are the
Yeah,
same
share
ones
those
that
notes
I've been
with us
sent
in
to.
our share those notes with us in our social group. No, there.
Once we are having the tutorials out, when I get there, and their group is so vibrant to the extent that they even have questions that they discuss in the group. So they share the notes, and then they discuss the notes, and then they also discuss the questions. In fact, it is very, very
Since we
important.
can't
It
be
is very
added into
important.
that group,
Now,
no, be forwarding the
the one that I have printed, the economics, it is the principles of economics. That is what the tutor shared, principles of the economics. And I realized that everything that he is teaching is entailed in this particular book that he shared. In fact, everything,
Is it
even
Is
the
it the
that is
one
the
that
examples,
one
you
he
said?
and the book comes out with the pictures, examples, everything, all the maps, and then the graphs, everything, pictures, everything that is needful is entailed in the book. Even though it is very voluminous, but I think it entails a lot. So we may
I
have to
suppose.
sacrifice. We have to. But when you get to your printing press and you discuss with whoever that is there, I think he will reduce it for you, even though it is big. But for now, as for me, I think I will have. But with that of the thematic geography, I am yet to get the history. I have sent it to the guy to print it for me. I'm yet to have it. So
So
it's left with the
when
thematic
you're going to
geography.
do it, please, when you're going to do the thematic, no, let me know so that you will do two, and then I will get one. Then I will send you money so that
My dear,
you do one too.
I'm yet to have the soft copy. That is why I'm pleading that even if I don't mention it, somebody should tell the lecturer that he should share the book.
Okay.
Some of us are ready to get to the press to have a copy. For this
Yeah.
economics, I don't know. If I volunteer for the guy to print it, sharing it becomes another different ball game
Me, I'll just
altogether,
come to
because I
Sunyani
am
for it.
here I am here in Sunyani. There are people at the last time that I volunteered to get a book for some people, somebody is in Accra, Kaswa, and he is asking me
Hey.
to get a book for him. And it was like, my friend, this one I can't do it. Even the last one that I volunteered to do it, hey, the hassle that I had to go through. You see, I'm in Sunyani or Dumasi to be precise, and I have to send a book to somebody who is at Goso. Two different regions at the same time. Somebody who is at Bechem, there are people at Kwanta, and you see, so I have to take the stress, get to the station, and be giving the books to the drivers over there. That's a cost free. I didn't ask anybody to pay TNT or any additional cost, because I just said I am doing the volunteering. So that's one. If you ask somebody to do the books for you, after doing the books, even though you have taken the money for the books, you go and pay for it. But it will get to a place where you may have to send it through a car to be received by the person who is at the other end. And that one too is very tedious. I don't know. So if we all agree that we are going by this book and we print it, we will see how we say it. That one is very important. We don't have time. Oh. We don't have time. When I check, I don't know whether we have only 2 weeks or so to write a quiz. I don't know.
No, easy.
So if we are still at this point and we are not having books, my dear, it means you at sometimes you will not even talk to your children or your spouse, because we have to learn and learn and learn and learn, and it's not easy. Yeah, maybe you born with wow, me my barber one and she had it easy, sir. It's not that easy.
So, Madam
So
Selina,
I don't know. Those of you who are in the other groups, share with us if you have the thematic geography group so that we can do something about it. Please.
Hello. Please, so
Yeah,
me ask
yeah,
for the
yeah.
history there. If I read, I don't even understand though. Hey.
You as for you are even fortunate you have the book. Some of us we are not having it yet. Me,
I
my
don't have
printing
any
press
book.
there is
Oh,
full
I
of
don't
it.
have any book. I'm just reading the
You
slides,
read
and
from
even
the
the
phone.
slides, I'm not
And
understanding.
that makes it difficult. That makes it difficult. You know what? You see, the slide doesn't entail the detailed information that you need.
Mhm.
You get it? So with the
Yes.
books, when you read from the preliminary stage, you get the meaning, and then you understand it from where you are reading to where you are going.
But for the slides alone, when I checked for the history, for instance, when I checked, I realized that when you are reading it, you may have to stick to your screen and you'll be flipping to the next page. Once you do so, then it will be getting back. So it was getting difficult for me. So I decided to print everything that I need to read. So you see, the slides alone is not going to help you unless you get the detailed information.
And he has not given us any book too, or he has given some people some books.
Yeah,
No, for the history, if I might be right, I think he shared the book somewhere on those of the platforms. I can't
Oh, okay.
really be specific. Yes, I can't really be specific, but I think he has shared it.
Yes,
So if the
yes, I
guys
saw
who have gone, who have had it, please kindly clarify it. I'm not really sure, but I think he has shared it on some of the platforms. So the one that I am printing, I think it might be the book. If it comes out and it happens to be the slide, I may have to resort to the group and then find the detailed book.
Okay, Madam Selina.
Yay.
Please, if you have the economics, the one that the master is referring to, please can you share it on the main page for us to get access to it?
6 books.
The one that you have printed.
The one that I have printed is the Principles of Macroeconomics. So check.
Yeah.
It's one of the books that he has shared.
Last week when the master was talking, he said there is a particular one that he's the one that did it himself, and all the essays
that one, you know what? That one, when I checked, so I have not printed that one yet. When I checked, it is just a small handout view. You see, it's
but he said that one is what all the essays
that one that he said he was the one who wrote it. I checked it, but it was just I think it's a 10-page or so about 30-page book. It doesn't contain a lot. It is the teacher's guide. That is what it is. It is the teacher's guide. You get me? So someday it will be. Someday it will be. But that's part it works. This is a new course and we are all new here. So bit by bit we just do it. You don't panic. You don't have any anxiety. I think they will get us through it time by time. So let's see. And someone is talking. Is somebody talking?
Awesome.
Why am I doing Zoom in as well? It's now 28. The lecture will soon be on board.
Yeah, time nothing.
So let's see if we are
If I
able to
was
get the
waiting
thematic
for you to
over.
finish your discussion so that I continue. I said I was waiting for you to finish your discussion for me to continue.
Okay, so we are done.
At least it also buys me a little bit time to take snacks. Not easy everywhere because this very morning, Saturday morning, I went there. So definitely distracted, especially those with families. We sympathize with you a lot. It's not easy. Actually, well. Okay. Clearly, I'm going to run a little bit. Okay, so the next thing we are supposed to do, but we are supposed to finish this one and open this slide. Okay, but I'll use 30 minutes to finish this, and then I'll use another 1.5 to finish the other one. So some aspects will definitely go and erase them. They are not difficult at all, basic ones. For those that were more physical, I will take my time. But the rest are all human, so not problem at all. Okay, so we are talking about settlement. And basically settlement has to do with where human beings settle, lived, and then do their thing. For example, a house or abode or anywhere that you stay. And basically Bennett has some divisions in Ghana, or kinds of settlements in Ghana. He has what is called a town and what is called a village. So officially, it is believed that a settlement with a population of 5,000 is considered as town, and those that are more than that has a different name. So for now, what's I want you to do here is that once there's a classification between a town and a village, okay, a town is bigger than a village. A village is supposed to be a small unit, maybe a man and a woman with maybe a small population. Okay, so here a town is those with a population of more than 5,000. So maybe anything less than that will be classified as a village. But within a village, they even have cottage as well. Maybe a dwelling village, one person staying there or something. Yes, but one important thing that influence classification is based on economic conditions and development that are in those areas. So for an example, if you see a town that provides an important services, for instance, then we say that place will be classified as a town. But of course, in Ghana, we have so many classifications. We have a village, we have a town, we have municipal, we have metropolis, we have mega metropolis, and so many others. Okay. So you say clearly, we don't have a clear-cut official definition, but basically depend on the population, economic development, and things that are there. So a small towns are centers of population between 5,000 to about 19,000. A medium town around 20,000 to 99,000. A large town around 10,000 and above. Sorry, 100,000 and above. Okay, but officially in Ghana we don't have large towns and small towns. We normally say town. Okay, and some of the towns can be municipal, district, metropolis, and co. It can be cities, depending on the classification and the function it performs. But the most important two things that they base on are one, the population there, two, the services it provides, and at times the size in which the area exists. Okay, so I think you can go through this one: towns, cities, medium towns. I'll skip it. And so population, we still come back to the same thing. So here we are talking about rural urban ratio of our population census. So percentage of urban areas and the total population as at 2010. Okay. Then it continues. This is just a description of this one. Okay, so you can read this and read this one too along. I don't have much to talk about this. I'll be just reading statistics for you. Okay, then we come to this one to population of Kumasi also increase. Still the same thing, go through quickly. Then population size of 15 largest urban centers in Ghana. This one too you can go through. We're taking the first largest urban centers. So they are here, their population and their changes, growth rate changes. Then we come to rural settlements, okay? And those ones say that in Ghana here, for example, according to 2000 census was about 57% of it in terms of rural settlement alone. Of course, we have urban settlements. So around that time, it means rural settlements were more than the urban centers, right? And based on UNFPA statistics and Ghana population statistics, says that rural population is projected to around 49% of it, of the current 2010 population and housing census at the time. And here to differences in rural population, there are so many differences. We have those that are generally dispersed, those that are generally nucleated, and others. So this one today talk about areas where we have dispersed settlements, areas where you have nucleated settlements, and co. And then the names. So for an example, in the part of Krobo areas, for an example, a household is located of 8 Zuga or farm strip. When you say Zuga, there I think they talk about the farm strip or where the farm is located with a block of land called Kuza, for instance. So they are just describing how a household in a rural community look like, or a settlement in a dispersed area or nucleated area look like. Okay, then building and then the or type of houses and its differences. So of course, those in northern Ghana are not going to have the same as those in middle belt. Then those in the southern part or coastal belt, there are differences in them. So in northern Ghana, typically it's round, okay, round huts with flat or conical roof. But here I'll ask you a question: why is this so? Why do we have a conical shape roofing in northern Ghana? Yes, I need a response. Those who knows can unmute themselves and talk. Just one or two, and that's okay. So our brothers, sisters in northern Ghana, currently, I know you are familiar with the kind of structure they have. Why are they having that conical kind?
It's due to the weather condition over there.
Sorry, we didn't hear.
It's due to the weather condition.
What
You
is
know,
the
that
weather
place
condition?
is very hot. It's not put in a conical way. You see, when they just roof it in a conical structure, it reduces the heat that transfers into the rooms.
Really? I think that one we are talking about how the materials that they use for the roofing. Okay, the materials that they use for roofing, I'm told they normally use something
glass.
like straw raffia or maybe bamboo roofing. And the reason was that they don't
No,
want it.
it's wrong.
Yes, they don't want it to the solar something like iron roofing, so that it will reduce heat. But the conical shape is different from that. So I was talking about the first one. Fortunately, you talk about the roofing. So the roofing, they use the straw and then the other materials so that it reduces the heat in the structure or in the building. So what about the shape, the conical? What is the essence of it? Okay, the essence is that in northern Ghana, there are the place is a little bit open land surfaces. So sometimes it comes with a huge winds or heavy storm. Okay, and if the structure is built like the one that we have in Ghana, it can remove the entire thing or destroy the whole thing. So they do it conical such that when the rain hits it, it can easily go away. Okay, or it can easily bypass it, or the top it can just go over and it's gone. So that doesn't destroy it. Um, like it doesn't destroy it mostly. Yes, that's the reason. That's I wanted those in Northern Ghana to speak, but I'm surprised none of them is speaking. You know better justification for. But in books, they are told is for to protect itself from storms. That's all. And then the roofing to reduce heat. But technically, is that the case? Yeah. Those who are living there right now, is that the case? Okay. So we are assuming that is the case. That we move on. Okay, so that is that. Then we also have what is called site and situation.
So, can I come in, please?
Yes.
You are talking about the conical shape of buildings at the northern places,
Yes.
and you are saying that you wanted a northerners to prove.
No, I
So,
wanted those who have knowledge
no,
about.
I have stayed there before. Sir, I have stayed there before. That is why I wanted to share my say. You see,
Okay.
they are now also bringing in the modern structures as we have at the south here. You get me? Because of migration, those who have migrated to the southern parts of the country have gone back to their various hometowns to put up structures that look like the southern structures. You see,
Okay.
when it rains at that particular place, when it's time for that, they have a single maximum rainfall this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And theirs comes with storms, thunder, and lightning, and all those things. And so, when you build a modern type of structure, you realize that their area is also very prone to thunder. You see, and upon one experience of rainfall, it can burn a whole household. When a thunder strikes, it can burn a whole household. So when they resorted to that type of building, it was somehow prone to that attacks, prone to that hate. But now that they are resorting to the modern type, it is affecting them. Affecting them. You realize that after one single rainfall and there is a thunder strike, you get to a particular household and you realize everything in the house has got bent. So it is something. I do agree with what you were saying. I think the mud and those materials that they use to build the olden type of building was somehow prone to that weather attack. But now that they are resorting to the modern ones, they are having effects of it.
Okay.
That is what I.
That's
Let me add something, please.
Okay,
Yeah,
please
let me add
remember that if I'm not able to finish, or you go and read the rest. So,
Please,
make it
also
very
from the history point of view, you know, the roofs are conical and then the roofs are mostly round. And from the history point, I'm talking about it. One of the reasons why they used to go like that was also in defending themselves against the wars that were happening at the time. You know, once the houses are around, is it that like there are no corners where somebody probably coming to attack you will hide around? And that was one of the reasons why they also brought the houses around, so that once an enemy is coming, you come out, you are seeing the person. There's no place the person is going to be hiding and then move towards you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. That's the historical antecedents of that. That's nice one. Okay. Thank you. So we are moving on to sites and situation. Okay. So sites here, normally we say, oh, I have a site. I'm going to my site and come back. So the question is, what is a site? It refers to a particular piece of land or a ground in which a settlement is built. It can be hilly area, it can be flat, rocky, marshy, forested areas, or any other place. So when you say I'm going to site, you are looking at a location, place where you are going to. Where specifically are you going? Say, I'm going to my plot of land behind Esimensen's house. Okay, that's the location or the site. That's the specific piece of plot where you are going to, right? Then the next one is a situation. Here we are talking about positioning or position of a site in relation to other settlements. So where is this situated? You say that behind Sophie's house, at the roadside, at the seaside, on the mountain. You get it. So you are positioning something in relation to other features around, and we call that one situation. So where is your site situated? Then you say that it's at the roadside, or you say it's behind the mountain or in the valleys. I think this is clear. So basically, there's a difference between a site and a situation. The site is the specific or the exact location where the thing is. The situation is in given location in relation to other features that are there. Okay, and I think the rest are description. In the grassland or savanna areas of the country, rural settlements has been sited along water courses, springs, and on pockets of soils that are easily cultivable. Okay, so they are just giving you examples of this is a typical example of description on savanna or grassland areas where they are sited, right? And then you can also have a situation. A situation is like a coastal village. Okay, this one too is also under site. In the coastal villages, the sites were selected because of reasons such as ease of access to large settlements. Okay, a typical example like the immediate interior or near to European fort or castle or near to the position of a sea where the fish is known or can be abundant. So basically this one is on situation. Where is it? Near the sea or near the European fort or the castles. Okay, so that you can have access to something. So let's know how you can use site and situation in our normal conversation. And then it continues. Location of some rural settlements in the country are selected for defense and security reasons. And examples are being cited here. It says that such rural settlements were located on inaccessible mountainous top So, for example, in the olden days, for security reasons, we call the size and situation. Based on that, people may build their house in mountainous areas or mountain tops because those areas are not easily accessible. If you're able to go there, I'm told in the olden days, people stay at the top and then they will throw stones and other things to their enemies. But when you throw that, separates them. Okay, then they can also be in marshy areas or riverside or islands and cool. Some of these inaccessible settlements, like those on islands on Ankobra and Volta, do not exist anymore. So we used to have them in the olden days. Okay, others, as those on Equiapem and Volta mountains top, still exist. So when you go to Equiapem areas, for example, it's likely that you see some houses or settlements on top of um, highlands, simply because it was meant for defense and security reasons. And then this one is about rural distribution of settlements, and I think you can easily go through that one too. But basically, this one is the most important one. General rule is that further away from economic important areas, the smaller the proportion of urban settlement becomes, and then the larger the proportion of rural settlement becomes. So the basic rule is that if an area has an important economic value, more people will come there. If the area has more or less economic importance, there's likely that people will not stay there in large. And the same applies to those in urban centers and rural centers. Okay. I think the rest, please go through it. I want to finish fast. Then urban settlements. So differences among urban settlements. Here too, it continues the same way. The difference between centers could be on the size and then the location. So in terms of location, you can have inland, coastal areas, mountains, valleys, nodal towns. Okay. Please, what is a nodal town? Half of valleys, you know. What is a nodal town? A place where many roads are converging or two roads are meeting, or you say two or more roads are meeting, call it a nodal town, right? In geography, that's how we call it. A typical example is Kumasi. Kumasi particularly is a meeting point of many roads. Those from Accra, those from Sunyani, those from Obuase, and those from Mampong. So many places, what do you call it? So many routes are meeting in Kumasi. And it's a typical example in nodal town. So if Kumasi map is there and you are supposed to describe the map, you say Kumasi is a nodal town. Of course, most of the towns in Ghana are typical example of nodal towns. Okay, good. And then at times it also depends on the morphology and then the shape of the town and then the age of the town. So for example, you have new towns and then the old towns, right? We used to have headquarters of Ghana in Cape Coast, but today they've moved it to Accra. So Accra is the capital city of Ghana instead of Cape Coast, and it becomes a new town, so it will grow. Nowadays, there are more settlements being divided into district and municipal. So once the place is let's say elevated as a district, or yes, let's say a district capital, you see that there will be some influx of people and then development of town. There's going to be municipal assembly there, people will be posted there, and then the town grows and develops. So nowadays, everybody wants, part my place that we wanted one in 2016 and it didn't happen. The way it pays us, it wasn't easy because it helped the town to grow bigger. And then importance, and then it also depends on the function and then the importance of the town. I think that one we talked about it already. Then in terms of size, you describe the total number of people who are there, whether they are large or small. That also depends on whether the place can be classified as urban settlement. And then also by the area or ground the town covers. That's in terms of land mass. And then again, it is easy to use the size of the population when it comes to define the size of a town or urban settlement, right? The reason is that because of the problem of dealing with build-up areas, empty spaces, and scrap, at times you can get so many structures, but the place will not be all that important towns. Okay? Most often, when we say a place is an importance, it has something like maybe district assembly or municipal assembly. It has a police station. It has a market. It has road. It has let's say security points, hospitals, and co. But you can get some build-up areas where these facilities are not there, and that place will not be all that an important town. I don't know whether you can give me an example where you can get so many structures, a build-up area, but the place is a little bit empty. You don't have hospital, you don't have good roads, you don't have so many things there. Can somebody give me an area where you have witnessed
Sir, for
it?
instance, hello, sir. For instance, my district here, Sinano West, to be precise, my district has gotten the elevation of becoming a municipal capital. But it will interest you to note that we don't even have a hospital. We don't have a hospital.
It will come
And
because it's a new.
oh, so you see, the way you just posting us when we are discussing issues of academic content, you shouldn't indulge so much into politics. But you realize that for political issues, this municipal capital is having so many hindrances. Because someone will say, because of this political party, you can have your place is underdeveloped. If you allow this political party to be in control, we will do this for you. Now we have changed the parties, so we are not saying what we want to see. So that is it.
Okay, shall be well. We wish you all the best. Things will be fine, okay? It's a new place. So let's pray that things will change. And remember, changes and development are gradual. It's a small, slow process. It can happen next 100 years, 20 years, 50 years, 1,000 years. But then we may not be able to enjoy. But your contribution, your thoughts, and what you are doing is also part of it, right? So with time, things will be fine. Let's pray. Ada. Okay. So in terms of urban settlement too, it has what is called the shape of the town. So in Ghana here, we have twin towns. In fact, one we call it twin city. Who knows a twin city in Ghana? Examples of a twin city in Ghana.
Secondly,
Takoradi and Secondly. We call them twin towns or twin cities. Yes. Okay. Then under twin cities, normally the main town is there, and then it may have other towns. So just as you have mentioned, and here they mention something like Zongo. Zongos, for example. Twin towns mostly are due to the relief, that's the nature. So Takoradi and Secondly, what is the dimension? Is it because of relief or any natural barrier there that make the town separate from each other? Those in what is the name? I think some people are here who are from Tadi. And so I'm trying to speak Takoradi Fanti. Yes, tell us something.
I think they have a little forest in between that linkage.
Is it a highland or a valley or is a forest? Maybe there's a relief there that is causing that.
When you take the New Takani road to link to the secondary town, I think there's a little forest over there. I don't know if that is the reason why, but those from Takani might have the better solution to that.
Okay.
What I've when you take the bypass route from the New Takani to secondary, you pass to a little forest.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, or maybe as a result of European or spread of Christianity or African quarters, that also depend on that. And of course, you may have a single unit town, as we normally do in Ghana. Apart from the twin towns, we can have single units like Agogo is a town. So where I'm saying we have Agogo is a town. But some units, Agogo, we even have Tridium, which is also close to Agogo Tridium. So that's how they call it. Like Konongo Udumasi. There's Udumasi and there's Konongo. But they call Konongo Udumasi. When somebody wants to alight in Konongo, we say, I'll alight at Konongo. But when it's Udumasi, I'll alight at Konongo Udumasi. So we may have those twin towns. And then the functions of towns. Of course, every town must have a function. And that's why it is called a town, depending on the population and the function it performs. And so the function and the exact extent of the area of each of them they serve, for instance. And then the social function too, it must have some social functions, some economic function, administrative function, security function, and co. But I think in this book, they put a whole lot of things together. So for social function, for example, ideally, supposed to have educational function, health function, security function, administrative function and co. But this one is together. So check social function, for example, you have education there. But you can talk about educational function fully. And then it has entertainment centers, it might have health facility. So that could also be a different session alone. So that you can have like hospital, clinic, check compound and co under health. If you take education, you can have universities, secondary school, basic school and co. Then security functions where you have fire service, police, regional office, what do you call it? Military installation, reserve areas and co. All those areas may come under school, but here they put them together. So they are all under social function, right? Then administrative. So other is regional, municipal, districts or so. And then those areas should have something like police, as we talk about, should have an important function here, like the security, that's the police center, and then the court is also one. So, and the normal one, when we are looking at it, you could have classified courts under judicial function. Okay, so that you have all the services. It starts from the local chiefs, and then you go to the town and planning units, and then you go to the district courts. You go to the appeal court. You go to the high court. Sorry, you go to the high court, appeal court, the supreme court. They all fall under judicial, and there are function. There's a symbol for that. I think in your cartography and co, you'll be taught on that one. And then towns may also have communication function like railways, roads, meeting, ferry terminals, filling stations, and co. Then commercial function basically has to do with markets, right? And so financial institutions too may be part. Then they have industrial and mining towns and co. So you say on the basis of services some towns provide, okay, and the sphere of influence, okay, we can identify top towns easily, and among them Kumasi, Accra, Sekendi, Takoradi, Tamale, Cape Coast, and Koforidua. So easy, based on the function and then the nature of classification of our towns. Good. I think these areas you may know, land use planning or urban land use pattern. So some places are meant for residential areas, some are for education, commercial, administrative, cultural, cemetery, and sanitary sites, and industrial. Let me look at those that you are not familiar with. I hope you know residential areas. Some time ago, I was teaching secondary school students and I asked them, what is a residential area? And then they say areas of so unique importance, like East Legon. Then I said, hey, I think they attach an importance to that one. But when you say residential area, anywhere human beings stay is a residential. Residence, that's where you are staying. That's all. Whether it's a rural area or it's a urban area, it's a town, a city, or wherever. Once human habitation is there, it's a residential. And the residential means you sleep or you stay there or you reside there. That's all. So it doesn't have to do with an important town or quarters like Newtown or East Legon or Airport Runabout. No. I hope you are okay. Or who is having a different perception to this? Good.
Yeah.
So you may,
please,
yes.
can I come in? You just mentioned an important factor, but initially I was also having a different perception altogether. You see, when in a Ghanaian context, let me generalize it that way. In a Ghanaian context, when we talk about residency or a residential area, we are simply referring to places of high class citizens, people who are well to do. So when you get to that particular areas, realize that the settlements there, the buildings that has been built there are of different type than the indigenous setup of a particular town. So, for instance, when you go to areas like the airport residency and all those things, you realize that even the buildings there particularly speaks about the class of people who are living there. You won't find a zongo.
Your area
You
is
won't find a zongo. Yeah. That was the initial perception that I had. You won't find a zongo in a residential area. No. So the old settlements in a town, the old settlements in a town doesn't speak of the residents we all know. But now that you are drawing this attention, then I might also have to change my perception. See,
Thank you.
new habitats, new settlements in towns are generally classified as the Escafua Mountain, and those areas are the places that we think are the residential places. Yeah, I don't know if my colleagues are.
No, it's okay. I want everybody to talk. Yes, I will not finish it. It's 10. I have 1 hour. I've not started the second slide. So please, I think let's end this here.
Hello.
Yes, please, you are on the floor. Or you want to throw your area away so that your area, if you are in Agogo is not residential area, but you reside there. It's very funny and interesting. It's not easy. In fact, when the students said it, I was shocked. But I understood them because that's what probably, just as Madam was saying, that's the perception. But residential is anywhere that human being reside. That's all.
Okay.
So it's not about any class of area. So you see, our perception, maybe people will move around and see a place like East Lagos, a higher food, the place is nice. So wow, this is residential area. And so they have that one in mind and copy it and say that when you come home, your place in there doesn't look like residence. Okay. Okay, so thank you on that. So please let's do education at our various level. That residential areas are where human beings reside. That's all. It's not about place of high class and important. Then let me see cultural areas. Yes, I can talk about this one too. Places that humans or serving specific function of human. A typical example is library. We have community library, we have cinema, we have cemetery, we have theater, we have museum. See, those ones are cultural in nature. Okay, so we can talk about that. So I think that is all under this. For industrial areas, in Ghana, when it's industrial area, typical example is Tema. So you can give examples of industrial areas, which is easy. Administrative areas, places of government building, court, police, and others. We talk about commercial areas. We talk about financial and markets. And so that's educational functions. This is where we have a lot of education. A typical example of educational function is Cape Coast. A lot of education are there. And because of earlier contact with the European, that's where they do most of the castle schools along the fort. And they started education. So Cape Coast says, I'm told those I don't know whether some of you are from Cape Coast. You speak your native language one, and then one foreign language. So an example, I want to say one. You are beautiful, okay? And maybe something that he has to say it in P, he will combine with English. They like doing that because of their early contact with the Europeans, so they want to behave like the Europeans, okay? And then they like dressing too, like the whites. The whites, they do tacky, very nice. So you see an old Cape Coaster with a cap, nice one there, and then a short one, tagging, and then maybe canvas or shoe something nicely. Then the person will be moving. It will shock you. I'm doing place of people, so that's where I did my first degree. So I know how they look like. But because of their earlier contact with the European, so they copy a lot of the culture from the European, and that has actually informed their dressing, their perception, and their cultural thing. And so that's that. So that is all under this. Please, any questions? What I'll upload the second slides.
Hello, sir. In the earlier slide, you made mention of under the functions of the town. We saw supply service under social function, but police and then the courts under administrative function. Why is supply service under social and not also under administration? Thank you.
Your slides, what do you call it? Your talking is very difficult, very, very difficult to hear. So you have to come again. You said that why is it that fire service is under social function?
Yes,
is that a question?
Yes, sir, but not under administrative function.
Oh, normally when you say administrative, administrative work. If you are administrator, what do? Maybe typing, email, sending messages, and that kind of thing. That's why most of administrative town, you will see headquarters, or you see something like municipal assembly. What do they do at the municipal assembly? They do of more of communication, administrative work, sending messages, putting files, and other things. Ideally, fire service is supposed to be under security. That's how it's supposed to be. But here, it's also under social because it can also perform social function. Fire service is, the security services in Ghana are under social security. At the same time, they're under security alongside with social things because everybody have access to it. It's a social perform function for general population. Okay. At times, people even place school under social because everybody access school. You get it? And when you say social, just know it's about human relations. Okay. So security services, some they can place it there, but the best place is under security. Then what's the other one? I think you asked two things. I don't remember the other one.
I wanted a clarification on why fire service is under social function, but not under administrative function.
Oh, okay. So for that, they don't take most of the administration. Fire service in general, when you go to wherever you have fire service, it's not under municipal assembly. So the municipal assembly will be the main supervisory or administrative role that they do. So for the fire service, it will be like the station where they put the machine and then go. They don't take decision there. You get it? So it's just like a station of the municipal assembly. So all decisions are taken by the municipal assembly. So decision making, communication, files keeping, and others are purely administrative. So every school, I think you have headmaster's office. Most of the headmaster's office are for administrative decisions or administrative function. How to supervise, how to document your things, how to maybe solve issues, how to address. You see, those kind of things are basically for that. And when you go to classroom, it's for educational function. But entire thing falls under education. You get it? Good. So you move on to unit 6. This one is very broad. It's not easy, but I don't know how 1 hour can or 50 minutes can do this way. But let's try and see. So basically, we are going to talk about economic activities in thematic geography, or as human beings. We talk about our geographical location, and then we talk about our population. Population depends on economic activities, as you will not get anything to depend on. So basically, there are 3 major economic systems or activities in Ghana, and they are primary, secondary, and tertiary. We are going to take them one after the other and then discuss them. But I will not go into details because you have been teaching this, so you know most of them. So a typical example is we start from primary activities. Those are the basic ones that human first came in contact with when we were evolved from the living species. I don't want to say anything here, but when we first elevated from animalistic way to human life, okay, I've told you earlier on that human being evolved from the sea. All life evolved from the sea. So when we came from that, from animals, and then we were in trees, and then from trees we came to being like where we are now, because our pre-ancestors were not like us. They were living in trees and caves and co. They were in forests, and then today we are here. Yes, I don't know where they will be. So those of us who want to know how this earth will be or how human being will be, come in the next 1,000 years and see what will happen here. Maybe there will be different species altogether or different life altogether. No one knows. So we are evolving at all times. And in doing so, our first primary economic activity was the primary one. Or the first one we came in contact was the primary one. And that one has to do something like fishing. I think they should have started with fishing. Fishing. So you go to the sea, there are fish are there, you just catch them and come and eat. You are done. Then you also started from agriculture. You move around. At the time, they called it hunting and gathering or subsistence farming, where you use it to feed yourself. So you move around, gather food, edible plants and animal species. You gather them and eat them. You are gone. And then people started cutting trees. Okay, tree species for their own maybe building of houses like udum, manganese, timber, and then other things, sapele and mahogany and co. Those that are very strong and resistant and they can withstand harsh weather conditions. They started cutting them down. And today we call it lumbering, but we have modernized it to mean thick trees, okay, that we can use for other industrial and commercial purposes. And of course, we started taking good minerals, salt, lime, manganese, and others from the soil. And some of these things were used for spiritual purposes. Some were used for cultural purposes. So, for an example, today, most of the mountains where people believe, or areas where people believe there are gold and diamond, they will tell you there are straight there, so don't go there. Our forefathers used anyway, our forefathers used to tell a story about how good diamond and bauxite and other minerals were kept. When they saw that the whites were looting their resources, they started apportioning some strange spiritual attachment to them, such that people will not go there and then take it. A typical example is some rivers, they will tell you that you don't go there on Saturday, Sunday, just to protect the river from pollution and others. And some too, they do purification and invite the spirits and come and stay there. If you go to, something will happen to you. But some go there, nothing will happen. Yes, it's there. I think they are combining the two currencies. And so some time ago, I remember one man said that they were having gold, and that gold was in their house, and they say it's a spirit. So the spirit is in that gold. And so if you are not able, if you are not spiritually inclined, you can't buy. And most of it, they know that many people are not spiritually inclined, so that the gold will be there to serve a long descendant of people. So that one person will not go and then take it like what we are doing today. Okay, Galamsey, you destroy the thing once and then we are all done. No. So they have a very nice way of protecting it. By the time there were no savings like banks, there were no way. In fact, some in our early contact with the European, you were not having any means of even converting it into money so that you can save it at banks. No. So the only way is to just keep the thing somewhere, put it in the ground or your house, you build a hole and keep it down. Even today, I'm told some people keep foreign money like what is it, the dollar and foreign exchange. Build maybe remove part of their building and keep it there. Especially, I'm told politicians do so that when they leave, they don't keep it at the bank because they will know their assets, so they keep it at home. Poly tanks and co. Then they make it nice and keep it. And no wonder some politicians they have when some I think OSP stays some homes and they found some huge sums of money in their homes. They are keeping most of them. They are with them because if it's at the bank, they will see. By the time they were not having it, so they use some spiritual connotation to protect and defend them. And that's what we're doing. So we have mining, we have lumbering, fishing, agriculture. These are basic ones, right? Then secondary basically has to do with a system of transforming the raw materials from the primary into a finished and a semi-finished product. Okay, and basically has to do with local crafts like cottage industry. In some places they have cottage industry. Okay, so when they go to the bush, they have maybe trees there. So the person will go and cut the trees, and somebody will convert the tree into something different, maybe mat or something. And so the mat will not be the final one, or it could be the final one, depending on how it is being made. Then under that, we also have light industries. Industries that are not heavy, but small scale one. Those that they use for food processing, for an example. A typical example is Sobolo. Sobolo is a local processing. So it's a light, what do you call it, way of processing food at the local level, right? And then they also have heavy industrial one where it deals with heavy machines, steels, metals, cars assembly, and co. But in Ghana, we need more car assembly. We need more cars to come and then assemble their products here. This car is too expensive in Ghana. Last time I want to buy one from US, and they told me it's costing almost like 11. Is it 11,000? No, about $14,000. So the buying and then shipping and then what is it? The towing will be like $15,000. So when they come here, then they sell it around 19,000, and that's about 200,000 to 220,000. Too heavy, too much. We need car assembly. A lot of cars should come and assemble here so that we can get cheaper prices. So that when you buy from the car industry, the price.
Yeah, that's why Kantanka is there.
Thank you. I know Katanga is there, but how many of his car, may he so rest in peace, how many of his cars will go into the market for us?
His cars are also expensive. Oh.
They don't produce it online. They produce it for specific purpose. Okay, so very difficult to get Kantanka car and use. And the cars too are bigger ones. Because the last time I visited the area, they take like almost 2 years to build one car. And how many people will be able to purchase it? Very expensive. Okay. And that one too is too modern for some of us to even use. You have to mention your name, Katanga. As I'm the program mate in local language and co, it becomes a little bit difficult. And because there's no manual, and then the way it is being made is more or less, they say it's more spiritual. When the thing is being developed for, how are you going to do it? You have to send it back to the industry. How many people can? But the other one has a manual, and then we have engineers who can easily do it. So you go to magazine and they can do it. Even here we have organizers and co. When you send it there, they have learned the manual they can do. But most of his things, I'm told there are no manual because he did it from his own mind and then spiritual. And then for spirit, you can't do anything without spirit. For that one, the one who even invented plane and other thing, that spiritual attack. But we want it to be on manual so that we can read and understand. But for him to, he's so rest in peace anyway. And lots of people didn't go there or he didn't open the thing up so that engineers from maybe tech and magazine can go and then write things for him. I don't know whether it's intentional or no. Not intentional. No one knows. It's a big deal. I told he did an airplane. And the airplane, National Aviation will not allow you to take it without manual because it must be scientifically tested. But the thing is not scientifically made, but the thing is made. I'm told he told somebody to come and then fly it alone one day. So I don't know whether it's still there or where is it. There must be a manual attached to it for us to do. And then Christians here. Why is it that we the Christians should have rather gone there to buy it? Because we believe in more spiritual thing than education. Surprisingly, we are all schooling. When it comes to church, then we make maybe religious aspect. We make ourselves as if we are too religious. But when you mention spirit, then they are running away. They are running away again. Why do you do so? Why do you want to do that? Because Apostle Joseph is more spiritual. He has Apostle Joseph what do you call the church? That is the church that you will worship, and you do the same God that we worship. And when you say go and fly the plane, you don't want to go and fly. Why that you don't want to? You fear that you die, but you want to go to heaven. So die and go, so that those of us who are not going right now will stay. Why are you running away? So please, whatever you are doing, let it be more scientific. Don't let us attach more spiritual to it. Else, a lot of people will pray from that. Whether the person is a Christian. Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. Whether the person is a Christian or the person is a Muslim or whatever, please let the thing be more scientific so that we know where you started and test and for it to be proven that it's worthy before we can make use of it. Now, don't ask spiritual and say, leave that one to God. No. If you leave everything to God, somebody will poison us. Somebody will provide food, cook food and tell you that, go and eat it. And when you eat, you die. And you say, oh, leave wherever you prepare or give you medicine and tell you to take the medicine without testing and you will die. So we don't do that. Good. So please, let's find those of you who can talk to these cars, talk to them and let them come. The car is too expensive, honestly. Toyota Corolla, 2016, it's not new, old one. And you are buying it like almost, when I calculated, like 150,000. I mean, why? Too much. And when in Ghana here, they are selling it 200,000 and over. Too much. Meanwhile, every teacher should have, all of us, you should have a car. So imagine, depending on your salary and other work for this, how long will you get 200,000 for one car? You calculate
I can get it from Togo for you. I can get it from Togo for you.
That's an illegal one, right?
It's not illegal.
That's not.
No, it's not illegal. Togo is port free, so we get them
cheap. Yeah, it's port free, but when it enters Ghana, it has to go through the process just like shipping from abroad.
The last time that somebody, a police officer, we went to Volta. You know, the place is closer to the border, so our MT and everything changed to their system, and we were dealing with some of these things. See, when you even bring it to Ghana, it will cost you more than when you buy it in Ghana. Remember, they are protecting Ghana, and as everybody would have brought those cars here, unless it's illegal. And all of us who are into government sector, don't go into illegal things. Let's do legal things so that you'll be free and also protect the country as well and serve as a good role model. Then the tertiary ones are those services that support the primary and secondary. Okay, so you can be a supervisor, and your duty is to supervise secondary or primary economic activities, right? And that will fall under that. So, for example, somebody is a transport officer. So, areas that falls under that, we have transport, communication, we have banking and insurance, we have tourism, trade. That's we talk about domestic and industrial trade as well. Good. So the rest, you are going to take them one after the other and then discuss them. So we take mining in Ghana. We discuss what goes into mining, and then we take the other ones, the various economic activities that we mentioned here. Maybe mining. I think it starts from mining, right? Then we talk about lumbering, fishing, agriculture. I'm saying that most of them you know, so I'll be running faster here. So mining is primary economic activity involving extraction, processing, and transporting of minerals for human usage. And the examples of minerals we know: gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, kaolin, limestone, salt, and petroleum. Now, kaolin, please, who know kaolin? That's what they use for POP. You see, when you have a fracture bones and coal, then they use it for that. It's one of the most important minerals, okay? And I'm told they can also use it for stomach upset. When you have maybe stomach upset, they put it in water and then they process it into water and you drink and you are free. So kaolin is an important one. Some ladies or women, when they are pregnant, I'm told they take kaolin. They will be there and they will be eating some soils. And our ladies, what? Anyway, it's not issue. When you are pregnant and then you be eating so kaolin is one of those things. You love eating it when you are pregnant.
Is kaolin what we call in the local language?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. It's healing.
So thank you. Oh, so kaolin is the most important one, but I don't know why it is not projected on salt. The rest we know, salt we know. And then let me also teach you something on salt. Please, if you want to live longer and you want to stay healthy, stay away from salt consumption, sugar consumption, the two, and more carbohydrate foods. Stay away from that. I particularly attended a program on this, and I know. So if you cook, if possible, don't add salt. If you do so for about 2 months, 3 months, you become used to, and you are okay. If you cook something like rice, any other thing at all, don't add salt. Okay. Then again, if it is about mass consumption, that one you make it at moderate one. So when you go some of the restaurants, they will bring you salt, they'll bring you pepper. So if you think they are not enough for you, add it. Please, you are killing yourself. They are not good for our health. A food like salty foods, especially those that are processed one, like I don't want to mention any products, but those like cake type or mineral drinks or something like kako, momone, kobe, and kind of thing. Please stay away from eating them. They are not good. In fact, kako and kobe, they are rotten meat or fish. They are is that like they are rotting somewhere and they with other food. We are eating it. And we are eating it. It's not good for our health. Please let's refrain from their product consumption. Okay, look at how it's processed. They go and take the fish, put it down for the fish to become rotten. Then you yourself, when we ourselves we are buying, you see that there's more money there. The scent alone tells you something. But what are you expecting from rotten fish? What are you expecting? So it tells you that it is not consumable. So simple. But surprisingly, people will consume. Look, let me tell you a funny thing. When I was in UK, you were staying with one Nigerian and then Ghanaians, I think you were three. And one, I don't know where the white is coming from. He will be in Lebanese or something. When he hears the scent of cooking of any Ghanaian, then he will go and lock the door quickly. Because the scent alone, you see, when they are frying something like that, kapu and momoni and kude, then the scent everywhere. So the white don't like staying with Africans at all because of that. Because they say we don't eat good food. Okay, so when the whites eat, you know the food that they eat, vegetables, they eat more of fruit, they eat more watery food, no heavy food where your stomach will be big. No, that one is not. So please refrain from that and take your children to out of that. When they grow, they also depart, and the thing becomes generational thing. And you are there, you are done. You will not be affected with eye issues and that kind of what do you call it? Is it diabetes and that kind of thing? No. If you are eating late, please do more exercise to take away those metabolic substances from your body. Else, you'll be in trouble in the future. Okay. Then distribution of minerals in Ghana. Of course, we know gold in these areas, diamond in these areas. You can mention them. Bauxite are also found here, which we know. This area, bauxite, I'm told this area, Yinehi, for an example, Yinehi has a huge deposit of bauxite. Please, who lives in Hinehi? No one from that area. We are told a huge deposit of bauxite is there, right? And then we also have manganese here. Then we have salt. It's also in this area. Okay. When I finish, I'll send you the slide. So you just go to then limestone is also in this area. Okay. And then it continues that way. Then petroleum, they are along the coastal areas. For an example, take 3 points. For an example, we have some there. Azim, those around Azim, where is the mineral located? Where they have the petroleum production? Which town is it located? There's a town, they are forgetting the name. So areas where they are mining petroleum in Ghana, you can just put them there. And then here we talk about methods of mining. Okay. So under methods of mining of gold, they have underground and then they have deep shift method. Sorry, they have underground or deep shift method. Here is where they use the dynamite, then they dig holes and then extract the gold in the form of rock particles. Then they bring it to the surface and process it using chemicals like cyanide, lime, mercury, and coal to extract them. And that is the reason why they are saying that mining on the air surface is a dangerous one because cyanide is a very harmful. And areas in Wasa, in general, Western region, Eastern region, and some parts, we are told it's affecting human morphology, especially babies are born with strange body parts. And it's very dangerous. This mercury and cyanide, very dangerous one. But those who are doing legal mining and then doing it on the surface of the earth, they call it surface mining or galamsey in Ghana, are very harmful. Okay, somebody told us that the name galamsey came from where they gather the sand, okay, and sell. So gather and sell, then they call it galamsey. I think it's a adulterated form of gather and sell. Okay, so they call it galamsey, and then it has become now.
Yes.
Thank you. So then we also have open cast. That's the surface mining one. And this method always have to be supervised by medical experts and mineral commission and co. Unfortunately, this is the most dangerous one affecting human. And nowadays, we say it is an essential threat to livelihood in Ghana. All water bodies, especially the we call them major rivers in Ghana, have been affected by galamsey activities. On top of that, all forests are also being destroyed because of them. Because most of the rivers or major rivers take their source from forests or reserve forests. But I shock you that we have a name reserve and human beings are still in the reserve. Elsewhere, you will not come alive, honestly, because it's a reserve area. And if you have 10 people go and they will never return, will somebody go there again? Unfortunately, our laws are so liberal. You go and then the same people who have the money will maneuver themselves through the law and they'll be fine. And so it's serving as a share for people to do more. Then we also have the dredging method, which is also practiced somewhere in Dunkwao or where excavator is being used. And they have a plant that is mounted on floating platform. Okay, so they use the chain and then there's some mechanical machines and tools. Example is the bucket to scoop the mineral bearing rocks from the river and then they process it. Then we also have panning method or panning method where they use, I think, normal what do you think, rudimentary system to take the mineral bearing stamp and then process them using sieve-like pump to extract with that help of mercury and then the cyanide to extract the minerals. Then you also have other mining methods, which is here, and I think you can also go through that one quickly. But the major ones are the most important ones you should concentrate on. So manganese, bauxite, gold are mined through open cast method. Salt is also by evaporation at Apam, Emina, Ada, etc. Then at Dabuya, salt rocks are also mined there. And then water is added to it to form brine solution, and it continues that way. So the other ones, mineral method that we are talking about, or other minerals being mined are the salt one, for an example. Then the harmful effects of mining on the environment. Of course, we have water pollution, air pollution. The question is, how do we address this problem? Please, any question here? They are not. I think the one who wrote the book knows that you know more, and you are teaching it. So please, let's mention some of them instead of running so quick. So I'll run them. I have 20 or 30 minutes. So we have water pollution. That's when these minerals are mined. There's a likelihood that all water bodies will be affected with the discharge of the toxic substances and the muddy water or the mud around. So mercury and cyanide, for example, are not good for human health. Likewise, not good for plants and animals around the water bodies. Same way, because when they take them, it will destroy them. That's why come some polluted water or waters where there's illegal mining. You will not go and see fishes, but they will die because the cyanide are not good. And then there's no planting in the water for the animal to also depend on for life. So they can't do anything than that. And then that's all. And the dust from the open areas too may also cause some issues when it comes to human health. For example, I'm told skin rashes and respiratory diseases are common in those areas. Okay. Then we can mention so many of them, but these are the two they give. Typical example that you can add it can affect plant life, it can affect animal life, and then it also destroy the environment itself, and then it also destroy all habitats and make the land bare for the solar radiation to come. Then how do we solve this problem associated with this? One, we need to do reforestation in areas where the land is abandoned. We must also do reclamation of the land. We have to refill all the pits and the holes or mining holes that are left behind. That's another one. Reservoirs are also being constructed in some mining areas in Takwa, for example, to prevent wastewater from spilling into other water bodies. So we need to do water conservation method by constructing reservoirs so that when you finish, only the water in the reservoir is being polluted. Then the rest of the water is safe or are all safe, okay? And then you also need to use non-toxic substances in extracting the minerals, okay? Example is the use of lime instead of cyanide. So the lime is not that harmful, okay? Recently, I'm told Ghana government in partnership with environmental health also, they are saying they are going to chemicalize water. Okay, so the water that has been polluted, you are going to chemicalize it. But if a white man here, they say, when you go for money, they will not give it to us. They will see us as, excuse my language, you are not thinking. You sit down for somebody to destroy the thing. Then you use the little resource that you have to go and then change it to a little bit better way for you. Then you come to him that should give you money. Now, if you are even a parent and your son buy what do you call it, clothes for your son or your daughter, and go and then they maybe try to destroy it or tear it and come back and say, give me money, intentionally doing, give me money to go and sew it. What do we tell that child? So it makes us like, we are not thinking, honestly. We are not making sense in academics at all. Academics today, I can say that we are not making sense one. Okay, and if the intellectuals to support, oh, let's go, simply because people want the thing to be destroyed so that they can form what do you call it, companies and co. And then at the end of the day, they are going to spearhead it and get money. I mean, what do you cause problem for ourselves? Why do you want to loot ourselves? Why do you want to kill ourselves? What at all do black man need on this earth? If we give you the whole earth, what are you going to use it for? Meanwhile, you are spending just approximately all your lifespan. Maximum is 50 years. The rest, they will tell you don't eat this, don't eat this. What are you going to do with it? Even if they give you millions of dollars, what are you going to use it? And for what again? So that kind of perception is what we want children who are coming to move towards. And so fortunately, current generation, they call themselves not what is it? Alpha and Gen Zs. I think their system is quite different. Unlike those of us who are older. And ours, I think 1990, we are born 1990 people. We are older. And they have a different perception altogether. And nowadays, they are rising against most of the countries in Africa and other places. Okay, so let's make the system better for ourselves. It's for us. If it's good, it's good for all of us. And it will help. So let's teach our children at the basic school and secondary school better things. Okay. Then importance of mining to the development of Ghana. Of course, Ghana generates a lot of foreign exchange. In fact, as at yesterday, I heard Gold Board that was formed by Ghana government. I think formed around 4 months, 5 months ago, has generated almost like 6.6. They have a unit of gold. I don't know the unit of the gold now, but equivalent to about 4 or 6 billion or 8 billion. Yes, 8 billion Ghana cedis within a split of 4 or 5 months. When they started, they wanted to get rid of all illegal mining. So they are not buying from illegal mining. You have to go and sell it to Ghana government. And the foreigners were also buying the good from Ghana. So Ghana was not getting the benefits. And when government set up, Ghana government set up that policy. Now, Ghana government is getting more revenue from gold on this mineral export. And they are going to get a lot. So last time I was saying that if you use it to develop Ghana, Ghana will be better off. So we get a lot of foreign exchange from that. And then you also get creation of employment from that. So when there's a mining site, there's definitely going to be mining engineers. There will be managers who are there. There will be accountants. There will be drivers, and there will be miners themselves. And they are all work that people get to do. Okay, so I think we will end it there. There are so many of them. Then the next one is lumbering. Lumbering, too, we know is economic activity. As I told you, we are taking them one after the other. And it simply has to do with cutting and transporting trees for industrial and domestic usage. Examples of time where these industrial things happen or tree cutting happen are among the following. One, Samra Boy. And then we have Insusua. Is it Insusuade or Insusuada? I think Insusuade. And then we have Nim Goso, Seshi, also, among others. And then towns where they process these are Kumasi, Takrade, Samaboy, also Nkoko, Fantinya and Kumasi. Yes, but Fantinya and Kumasi one has to love because she's in a same area. I know that that's my area. The last time I passed there, you can only see the ruminants of the remaining of the factory. When you are going to Asin Kumasi, there's a place called Asin Kumasi. I visited a friend there. So when you are going there, they have the factory there. So nowadays, I don't think it's no more. It's still existing. And then the methods that they use are what they have discussed here. One, there must be a concession for the people to obtain permits for the timber contractors to work on that. So you do that, and then you either use a chain or handsaw or chainsaw machine in cutting down the trees. And the trees, usually after you have cut them down, you have to trim them to a required long length that is being desired for that. Then you can use timber machine to drag the trees to a place where another machine can go and then take it or collect it. And then they use timber jack to either lift the thing to the machine top or a car or a truck or whatever. And then they convey it to the factory or where they are going to process it. And then the next one is effect on the environment. It causes desertification, and then it can also cause, that's the first one. Once there's a desertification, it will affect fauna and flora. Fauna means it will affect animals, and then flora, that's this one. Okay, this one. It will affect them. It will affect plants and animal species on the air surface. Okay. Then the next one, and the animals that will be affected includes butterflies, and then elephants, monkeys, and who. In fact, the most affected ones are bees. I think they are not here. You know bees. Who rare bees here? They are very important species on this earth. Please, who rare bees? And then snails, and then bees, snails. I've forgotten this one. Oh, there's another animal species. I've forgotten the name. Oh, please remind me. We call them endangered species. Okay, a typical example is snails. Snails, bees. There's another one. I've forgotten the name. Okay, please mention. Yes, tortoise. Very good. That's the one I was trying to remember. Tortoise. Those three species are very important, but nowadays I think they are endangered species. Like we are not caring for them, so they are endangered. They are going extinct. In fact, today for you to get a forest, what do you call it, tortoise or a snail, it's not easy come by. Okay, it's not easy come by because we are almost destroying all vegetation that conserve them and keep them. Okay. And then another one is that it also exposes the soil to the agent of erosion, and it will affect ecological balance of the soil and then the plants as well. And then it also causes deforestation as well. So these are effects of it. Then we have lumbering contribution. Of course, we may send it outside. It may go for foreign exchange. And then employment opportunities. People are timber trackers, drivers. People are chainsaw operators, handsaw operators, and co. Good. So we can talk about so many of the important. Then we come to fishing, which also follow the same formation, where we extract aquatic animals from water bodies for consumption and domestic and industrial purposes. Okay. And then the source of fish in Ghana include the sea, the rivers, the lakes, and then lagoons and ponds. These are the major ones. Now let's see the one from freshwater fish. When you say freshwater fish, you are talking about those apart from the sea. So we have something like the lake. Lake Bosonche, for example, is one of them. We have rivers like Densu, Lower Water, and then Kra River. Okay. And then we have freshwater ports, for example, where we can also get some of these for the fish. That's the source where we can get them from. We can get some around Akosobo, Yeji, Yape, Ketekrachi, Wepe, Obupe, Pando, Toko, and then Kwame Krum and Adaso or Adaso. So these are some fresh water ports where you can easily process some of these fresh freshwater species. Okay, I'm told a place like Yeji and Ketekrati, for an example, they even have a small boat. They have some factories where they can process them. Who are from those areas and can attest to that? Then we have sea water ports. So here we talk about the inland water port, and we have Akosomo. I think, oh, I'm repeating the same thing. Sorry. Sea water port here. We're talking about major seaports in Ghana: Tema, Accra, Winneba, Apam, Mountford, Elmina, Chama, and Co. So they are all here. Then methods of fishing. Methods of fishing. So basically, we are talking about trawling. We are talking about cast net methods. We are talking about seine method. We are talking about baited hook and line. And then we talk about hauling or drift net method. With your convenience time, please go through with this one for us. Okay. Then we come to hold on. This is methods of sea fishing. Sorry, this is the method of sea fishing in Ghana, right? And then I think we should also have method of fresh water fishing. Let me see. Okay, so then we also have methods of inland fishing or freshwater fishing, like the one on the sea, the lake, and co. So here you can use bucket trap, for an example. You can use baited hook and line as the others use. Bows and arrows, for an example, and then water draining. That's also one. And then cast nets, they also use that. And then type of fish usually caught for fishing. When you go on fishing, what are some of the main one that people aim to get? The typical examples are the herrings, tuna, mackerel, lobsters, oysters, crab, sharks, shrimps. Okay, these are some of them. Then they say that in river and lakes, for an example, fish include tilapia, mudfish, crab, and shrimps. In fact, shrimps are very nice. Those of you like shrimps. And then octopus, where is it? I can't find octopus here. This one is from Cape Coast or along the coastal areas. They sell a lot of crabs and then a lot of shrimps. And then the other one, octopus. And those are the what do you call it? Those that we can mention, which are not common. Or the tuna, mackerel, and then but we also fish for sharks. I have never come across it before. This one. These who have seen those who go and then they go for fishing purposely for sharks. But sharks are very dangerous. Is that not so? We have fishmongers here.
I think in Ghana here we do not have that species over here. But when you watch some documentaries, you see some fishermen like catching this type of animal or this shark. But in Ghana, we have not seen any fisherman or that type of fishes over here.
Okay. Then preservation and marketing. That's how they preserve it and how they market it. So the preservation are one in Ghana here mostly by smoking, freezing, canning, frying, salting, and sun drying. Please remember them. These ones are very, very important. Okay. Smoking, freezing, canning, frying, salting, and sun drying. So these are the process of the major preservation method. Now let's look at the marketing. How do they market it? So they say that large fishing companies freeze or preserve the fish and sell them to cool stores and canneries. So this is how they do the marketing. So the marketing is different from preservation, right? So those small scale ones, they also catch the fish and they sell it to fishmongers. And they also intend to process it. Like at times you have people who buy canoes for people to go on high sea. And then when they bring it, then they will take it and then smoke it. And then at times they buy everything for them to go and process it and bring their fish. At times too, they hire people to do it. Others too, it's a company where they make people do it and then they also sell. But most of the companies, they sell it in a large scale. So individual customers cannot buy. So they sell it to cool stores and canned fish factories so that they will buy it on daily basis. Yeah, I want to say okay. Thank you for meeting yourself. Then problems associated with fishing in Ghana. Remember, we just running through quickly. The use of chemicals for fishing. A typical example is DDT, which is toxic and chemicals and kills a lot of small fishes. Okay, and also other aquatic life are also destroyed. And some also do overfishing, where even the younger ones, the fingernails, are always even taken away. Some go into hunting the same way. They kill the animals and then take their babies along. You see, ideally, you should know when you are supposed to go there. So in terms of fishing, there are times that you have to go. Times they will tell them don't go to the fishing at this time, so that they allow the animals to grow or mature enough for edible purposes. And then pollution of rivers, lakes, and others. At times, some also use these chemicals and industrial waste. And then I'm told some go along the coastal areas, they defecate there, or that's where some toilets are around. Others too, they carry waste and go and deposit it in the sea, or they put it along the coastal areas in the night when the water comes to the coast and then it wash it away. There are other gutters that are channeled into the lake, into what a sea. A typical example is when you are in Accra, Cape Coast, Accra, and Mankasim areas. Even Mankasim, I think you will not fit. Winneba, for an example, you will get it, where they channel almost all large gullies or channels, and then they, when it rains, deposit the waste into the sea, and that's a typical example of pollution. Okay. Then we also have I think that's okay. I'm talking about 2 or 3. It's okay. So please look at the rest, right? And then we talk about importance of fishing. Of course, we sell them and it to other people who also in turn sell them, and indirectly it creates employment for people. Again, we get revenue from that. For example, fish companies pay some royalties or some tax in the form of employment of workers who are there to government. Again, social security to they pay to the individuals, and it better the economic standard. So government they also get revenue from those taxes that they get from the companies, and the individual who have been employed, and then they pay tax at the end of the month. Government gets money from that. Again, it serves as source of raw materials. I think I've talked about 2, so that's okay. Sorry, you will not be able to talk about all. Then you go to the third one, agriculture, right? So agriculture too is a basic economic activity or primary economic activity, and it involves cultivation of crops. So here you talk about arable farming and rearing of animals. Somewhere they say livestock or domestic animals for consumption and industrial purposes. So for domestic and industrial purposes, okay? And they say that agriculture employs about 60% of Ghana's population. But these statistics have been there for a long time. I doubt it's still 60% too. I doubt it. Always we say 60%. But we have to check Ghana statistical service. We have to check their data. How many people are into economic, what do you call, agriculture activities? I doubt it will be 60%. Anyway, that's my doubt. So in Ghana here, we have so many, what do you call it, forms of farming. Okay, so here you go to the farming systems. And with the farming system, they say that the main farming systems are extensive and intensive farming methods. I hope you have seen this one. This one up to here. Okay, so here they are saying that we have intensive and extensive farming method. Now let's look at what is intensive. The intensive system include the following: bush fallowing, shifting cultivation, nomadic pastoralism, and plantation agriculture. Right, so these are extensive ones, meaning it is done on large scale production involving other mechanized form of farming, machines, and industries, especially something like one district, one factory. If they have some, it will fall under extensive one. Then we have another one, we call it intensive. This one, intensive system, and it includes maize farming, market garden, ranching, and dairy farming. Okay. When we say, I think we are going to describe each of them. Okay, so we are starting from extensive one. So we see the first one, bush fellow. You go to shifting cultivation, nomadic pastoralism, agriculture in the shifting and plantation agriculture. And when you finish, you come and take intensive one and then follow the same way. So easy, right? Good. I'm saying so easy because you have been teaching them. So you'll be able to help you. Good. Now let's see. So with some of them maybe will I be able to talk about or no? So let's start with bush fallowing. The bush fallow system, for an example. Under this one, they say it is also called land with the land for some time when the land loses its fertility, and then you come back to the land and then you continue, right? And so he said in this system, the land is divided into a number of fields with permanent housing. In this system, the farmer slashes and bend the vegetation and cultivates. What do you say? It can be she too. So a farmer cultivates a plot of land for 2 to 3 few years and leave the land to fellow, for instance. Then he goes back to another plot of land. So you are rotating the land. You have maybe plot up to one large plot, you divide into 6. You start from 1, then you go to 2, go to 3, you move in that way, right? And that's how it is. So you can continue till you come to the down here. Several crops are grown. Among them are cassava, maize, guinea corn, yam, etc. An advantage are also here. You obtain high yields because of variety of crops, because you can do mixed farming there. Okay. Then we go to disadvantage. Destruction of soil fertility. Sorry for moving. Destruction of soil fertility, for example, when you do slash and bend, you destroy some of the organic components, especially I think phosphorus, magnesium, and coal. You are likely to destroy because you are bending most of them, right? So these are some of the examples. It also causes rapid soil erosion, and then you waste some of the resources, and then deforestation may set in. Okay, then crops grown. So they say that where is it? I think there's a mess up somewhere here. Oh, really sorry. There's a mess up here. I think the next one there's supposed to be plantation agriculture, right? But it's mess up. Hold on for me, please. What's the time? Okay, let me end it here because the time is up. So basically, these are all the things that I think we can talk about, right? Under what do you call it? Bush following. So we started looking at the expensive one, and under the expensive, we have different categories. Okay, bush following, shifting cultivation, nomadic pastoralism, and plantation agriculture. Then intensive, we have mixed farming. So we started looking at the first one, which is the bush following, and we have described it up to advantages and disadvantages. I think from here we have to go to 75, and it's not in the slide, so I have to look for it and fix it. Unfortunately, our time is also up. So this is all that the time will permit us. But will the next week, you have to come and complete all this one before we move on, right? Which is easy for us. We will do. We'll manage it. So please, I think I'll end it here. Any question, any suggestion or anything that we close from here?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. But please kindly send the slides here so that I can be able to read through.
Sure. I'll send it to you. Last time, I think some requested for.
Do you have, please, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Concerning the thematic geography, can we have a book, a model, or anything that contains most of the information that we might want to read into? Because the slides alone, some of us, we have the slides, but it's not giving us the detailed information that we want to have.
Okay.
So can you help us with any material? Can I come again, please?
You are at what center?
I'm at Sunyani. My name is Salina.
Okay. Please, do you have course rep? Who can do that on my behalf, on your behalf?
We have the course rep.
So, what you do is that the course rep should please control your background. Okay. So the course rep should contact Mr.
Abude.
No, contact Max. Mr. Abude was selling the book at the beginning, but Max, there's one guy called Ato Max. I think he's also teaching online. I don't know the centers or whether
he teaches with the physical geography.
Yeah, he's teaching online.
So,
yes. Please contact him. He's also
some of us have yes. Baba contacted him, and then he made us to contact Mr. Bode. Then we have paid for it, and then I'm told they are sending the books to us. So if your center, you have not done that, you contacted him. He will direct it to
Yes.
Mr. Bode, then
We
you pay
we
the money,
we
and then
we
they'll
we
answer
have
the books.
please. Let's make this clarity, please. The geography comes in two aspects. So we have the thematic geography and then the physical geography. For that of the physical
Yes.
geography, he has even supplied the books
Yeah,
already.
so
But
we
we are talking
requested for
about
the
the
two books.
geography and what we are doing now.
Please let me come in for the two
Yeah,
of
so
you.
we requested the
Okay,
two books.
okay, sir.
Mr. Abude can give you all the two books, the thematic geography, the physical geography, and all others. Ato can also do same. Initially, Mr. Abude was Dr. Abude was selling all the two. But last week, I'm told Max told me that he's no more selling it, and so if anything, they should contact him himself, which is Ato. Unfortunately, he's also teaching you some of the courses. I think other physical geography or something. Definitely, he should supposed to teach you because the three of us are all from geography department and we are teaching the same course, geography courses. So any of the geography masters, please tell them they will give you. So when you were ordering for the other ones, you have ordered for all the geography books you are doing because they are all from I think 2 lecturers or so, and they can give you all the books.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So you have to do so as early as possible so that you can get all of them.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Like you said, I contacted you the other time and you directed me to Mr. Abode or something. Yeah. So when I contacted him, I think I did arrangement with him and he sent the books to even the whole center. Those are the whole center, those who have contributed, and I forwarded the monies to him. He sent the books already to whole center, and this morning they called us to come for them. So that's how it is going.
Okay. Thank you.
But
Any
sir,
other
please, my center, I've not heard any information from them. Zenith College.
Then somebody can take that for you guys and then do the mobilization. Yeah. You, as you are speaking, you can even mobilize your colleagues and then you do it.
No, yeah, I've sent the money to the master, but
so please,
I'm the one that have organized our. Pardon?
Get back to the master again. He will help you.
All right.
Guys, some requested for what we call past questions. So I think I called and I had about 2 or 3. Those course refs, please, when you are done with the course, you can send me hi or say hi. Past question, I'll send you the past question. I'll upload it for you. Then you send it to your colleagues. Then that will be fine.
All right, sir.
Please, we don't have the slides too. The slides that you did today, we don't have it.
So I'll upload it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think our time is passed by 3 minutes. So thank you all for coming, ladies and gentlemen. So what will we meet? I think next week is our last time, right? We are supposed to, it's not easy. I'm wondering how you will finish, but we do our best to do. Please, when you go, the one left are not difficult at all. They are busy ones. Go through, okay? Go through the slides. It's likely I'll upload up to minute 8 for you. I'll go through the laptop and upload all of them for you. Course please WhatsApp me for all of them and share it for your colleagues. So that by the time you come, you might have read through and I will skip some of them. And then you go and then do it. It will help us. And it will help us a lot. So thank you all for coming and then enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. I think you can meet us. There are some people can discuss, but I'm gone. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
People have a lot to say. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the other day you told us to create a group to do a group discussion, but I didn't hear anything.
Oh, but the groups has been created. Oh.
Not we are not discussing anything, do we?
You know, in any group there must be a leader. Oh. If there is no leader, there is no order.
So who is the one who created that group? We all should be a leaders. We are not going to, even if you have something to say, then you come in or you post anything, then we discuss.
Mm. And I think everybody too is afraid to be a leader because if somebody show up, everybody will be contacting the person and this and that. So everybody is afraid to be the leader. That is
That
what
is what,
me I'm
yes,
thinking.
yes, that is true.
Because people will come and bring their burdens. Meanwhile, everybody is having work, having something to do in the house too, at the same time school too. So that is why I think that is why everybody is afraid to show up. Mm. So that is the truth. Me, for instance, it's like I'm regretting that I've chosen to be the leader of my place. Because they will be acting as if you are the one that is supposed to do everything, and I want this, I need that. It's
But it
not
shouldn't be
easy.
like it shouldn't be that like that way. We should all even do our best and to help each other. But not like you are going to put the burden to someone or whatever, even if the person created a group or whatever. Okay. I think they made me created a group the other day, and I sent the listen to the even though they haven't joined, some of us they told us to create a group, but most of us haven't joined the group. That's why I think we think it is not important or whatever. Okay, let's try to do something. We don't have much time. We can try our
So
best.
the master is saying that his lyrics only once for us to meet. Hey, and we are going to. Awesome.
It's not easy. So when are we coming again? I think when are we starting the second one?
I think it's 11:30. It should be 11:30.
That one is what? Economics. Oh.
Yes,
11:50.
economics. 11:50, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Let's small. You see. Okay, we will, like I will try to come in the beginning to discuss something because we've not entered anywhere. We're looking at the okay Canada. I think the book we have much to read. So at the evening, I mean 8:30 or 7, we have to discuss something in the group. Let's try to do something.
All right. That is a nice idea.
Hello, I think there is a circular around that. There is a notice around that microeconomics will not come.
Sure.
It will not come.
Have you chance upon that?
No.
Okay, anything we should allow, yes. Let's hear from if they won't come. Then they send something to the group for us to you know. Let's try to meet on the evening. If they don't come, you see, let's try to do something.
Hello.
When you do something, even 30 minutes or 1 hour, I think it will help us.
The notice that microeconomics were not on, the man has traveled all of that.